Hello, hello. I think, wait, am I live? I didn't actually verify. OBS. Oh no, it is, okay. For some reason, it wasn't showing the right color, but that's because my mouse was still highlighting it. So I thought it hadn't started the stream yet, I was confused. Alright, this is a sudden stream. I didn't even, well, okay, I technically scheduled this stream, but I scheduled it for a minute before I actually scheduled it. So, I scheduled this in the past. How impressive is that? I'm a time traveler. Well, no, that doesn't mean you time travel. I scheduled it for the past. And I failed to time travel. That's what it means, technically. Anyways, if you can tell by the thumbnail, I literally just, like, took the thumbnail 30 seconds ago and then plopped it into the uploaded it and went live. That's basically what happened. So yeah, I wasn't planning to go live today originally, but the reason like, I'll make it up to you with a stream is because I intended to have an edited video. I actually finished recording my Shao video, in case you were watching my live stream from, I don't know, a few days ago. Man, I love the music vibes in the different tribe areas, but anyways, the Gen Shindle, right? We did Gen Shindle randomly on stream. I think it was during one of the Raiden streams. I don't remember exactly. And I said I would make a video on whatever character was the Gen Shindle character for the day, and that was Shao, and I made a Shao video. I recorded it. I didn't make it yet. But, yeah. It was... Yeah, you know, I guess I won't spoil it. I will just say... Well, actually, no. I'll give you a teaser. I decided that the only acceptable thing I could really do to try to make a Shao video kind of interesting is to ban Farazan, Cloud Retainer, Farina, and Bennett. So, I didn't use any of the obvious characters you would normally want to use to make Shao useful. So, yep. Anyways, let me configure my chat thing here. We're going to be doing some Sethos things. This might be a shorter stream just because, I don't know, I just wanted to stream. Or I was doing Genshin things anyways, and I figured why not stream? That was mostly the idea. But I want to do some Sethos things. Mostly because in conjunction with in case you didn't see the video I released this weekend for some reason, it was a video with Sethos and Emily, specifically. And that was Sethos, Emily, and then Toma, right? I want to test some things on my main account with the same format of... Because one thing that's interesting is, like, what you'll see here is, like, I have not found a Sethos, like, Emily variant that I liked in the same way as I do for Sino. So, there's some interesting, and I think the reason for that is there's some interesting nuance going on with Sino's timing of his Electro application and the amount of Electro he applies. That makes him feel uniquely quite a lot better than someone like Sethos does, despite them both being, you know, on-field Electro units. Like, you would think you could do quick burn, whatever, right? So, Sethos, Emily, a Pyro unit, some amount of off-field Pyro. You don't want too much off-field Pyro. It's basically Dia or Sethos. Or, sorry, Dia or Toma. So, I don't know. I have a level 20 Toma on this account. Toma is, like particularly, one thing I definitely felt with Kinich, by the way, was that, like, I feel like I'm at the point finally where I feel like I want Toma to be leveled in this account. So, I don't know, that's going to take a while, though. Not something we're going to do today, but we might be able to get him equipped to at least test his, like, Pyro application, right? We don't need him to do, like, the best shielding possible or whatever. Yeah, like, his passives just increases damage. And then obviously his base HP going up increases his shielding. So, point being, we can test Toma today. We just need to get him equipped to be functional. So, because it's possible that the reason Sethos Emily wasn't working for me before was because I did Sethos Emily Dia. Maybe the fact that Dia applies Pyro so Dia, her coordinated attacks trigger every 2.5 seconds, and they will apply Pyro every 2.5 seconds. Toma has, you know, his waves of Pyro that trigger every 1 second, I believe, with normal attacks, which actually means, like, with Sethos charge attacks, they won't be as good, but I think it'll work fine with his burst playstyle. Anyway, just in the same vein, we're going to test different Electro units, not just Sethos. And I want to test, like, Toma versus Dia for like this for Emily, with an Electro on fielder in some form. So we'll test Sethos, we'll test Raiden, we'll test Yai, and I think we will test you as well, Kaching. And we'll see what happens. I don't know. It'll be interesting. Kaching is obviously level 70, so we're not necessarily going to be comparing like the individual performance in any of one of these teams. Just testing like, okay, how well do we keep up the balance of like getting aggravates and also doing, you know, the other things? Like, can we do the dendro things and we get the overburn or overloads? We keep up burning for Emily, yada yada, right? So we'll see. We will see, is my point. Let me bring up my dashboard here. I didn't actually finish my dashboard. By the way, the YouTube chat is already broken. Oh, look at that. I just refreshed it. Thank you, Timothy, for the $2 reduce. Sethos, Farina, Baiju, Xiangling, play Virgin. I mean, yes. we could do that. Baiju's not going to be... I can tell you, like, I have some issues, like... When I've been doing Sethos, Fischl, Farina, Baiju, there is issues keeping up Quicken sometimes in that team with Baiju, right? With Baiju just being the only Dender unit. So I suspect Sethos, Farina, Baiju, Xiangling would be problematic. And quite frankly, it's not really a Burgeon team. Baiju's Dender would rarely be reacting with Electro to do Quicken, and would rarely be generating quick blooms. But you would have some burning going on, which would basically be it'd be like a Farina Vape team, but also just a reaction soup team a little bit. So anyways, hello Seabell, I just noticed you're here. No, you're not late, Quebec, because I technically am late, but I also originally didn't plan to do a stream today. So, you know, anyways, how many viewers do I have? Wow, 150 something. I think scheduling streams usually gets me more viewers, generally speaking, but this one wasn't scheduled. We'll see. I'm curious what it'll end up at. This is a casual stream. It doesn't really have a strict format other than we're just doing normal Genshin things. I do plan to do my dailies and things, and we'll see. Oh yeah, other worthwhile things. Past few days. Oh, I hate this so much. I will say this. You know what? We're gonna rant. Sorry. This freaking pop-up, right, that says, hey, you haven't done the artifact extraction thingy yet, pisses me off so much, right? Because if you saw my video, my whole point with that video, right, where I talk about this and how this is probably bad for most players, is fundamentally based on, like, you know, generally speaking, you're going to get a lot of artifacts that are worth leveling up, right? Like, if you're using a diverse set of characters, which is what they're trying to incentivize people to do lately. They've made theater. They're trying to incentivize people to use more characters. If you are hyper-focused and do a small subset of characters, such as, you know, my Poem-only account, you can easily wind up in a situation where this can be fine, right? But I'm talking about the normal situation that seems like Mihoyo is trying to get people to do. If you were trying to, you know, go with the formula of just playing around with new characters over time, right? And you're constantly going to want artifacts to build up new characters. You should probably be you should be in a situation like my account is in, wherein you just end up getting a lot of potential artifacts, right? You have a lot of artifacts that just you lock because they could be potentially useful. This is ER piece, 4-line crit damage EM. You know, when will I need this? I don't know. It's possible it could be an upgrade in some situations for my Farina, right? Or if I get other artifacts. Could I probably safely throw this away at this point? Probably. But like, you know, the crit damage attack percent on Mars Say Hunter. You know why I lock that? Because I don't actually have a crit damage, a piece that's heavy in both crit damage and attack percent rolls in the flower on MH. So like I lock these crit damage, and then crit damage is also just like the most valuable stat usually on MH too, because it gives a whole bunch of crit rate for free. So like crit damage valuable, yeah. And like all these are like pieces, right, that I kept because like they have relevance to being leveled up potentially in the future, even if I don't need them right now, right? And a lot of them might be just level up to level 4. A lot of them might be level up to level 8, 12, see where they are, right? And you need a lot of XP to do that, right? You need a lot of XP to see whether or not artifacts will actually be useful or not. But like you will like different stats are all relevant to different characters in different ways. That like, especially as time goes on, as you have more and more characters you might be interested in using, like you more and more wind up in a situation where like your artifact XP is always valuable. Like I am always limited by what I can do with my artifacts, usually by artifact XP, and that's to say like this is a waste, right? Like it's a waste to put my XP into this to get one elixir that turns into one unleveled artifact that might also still roll poorly, right? Like it's so wasteful XP wise to feed into this when the XP to put into this could have been used to level up multiple other pieces, right? And not only multiple other pieces, but like if I use that XP to level up something else and it, take it all the way to 20, okay, and then it didn't end up rolling well enough to be, anything relevant. Like this rolled entirely into, actually, I don't know, this is a zero dead stat piece. But if this rolled like Thanos rolled, if it did like 1 crit rate, 1 crit damage, 1 EM, 1 ER roll, I probably wouldn't care about this. If it rolled heavily into any individual stat, I probably would. But like, yeah, right, you get the point. Like if this piece, if this EM goblet rolled all flat def, I would probably consider throwing it away. But that XP like then can get fed into another artifact, right? I could feed this level 20 goblet into this double crit feather, right? And see if this rolls well. And if that doesn't roll well, throw it into this one. I didn't know that was double crit too. Okay, apparently I have just, why do I have so many? Like, I think the reason I haven't leveled these is because I just like have good feather options in this set and I don't really need to level them, but obviously there's still double crit anyways, right, you get the point, right? Like yes, you lose a little bit of XP each time, but also especially with artifact, like the doubling chance, the chance to do it ×2. If I feed a level 20 artifact into this and then into this and then into this and then into this and into this, oftentimes one of them will double and it'll go back to like a level 20 piece anyways, or close to 20. So like, point being, this is wasteful XP wise, right? And the problem, and it's like one thing that it's a feature in the game that's an option, right? And if you use it smartly, it can be good, right? Like obviously the elixirs can be really good and used smartly, and it's possible your account and your preferences for how you play the game are at a point where this can make sense, right? You just got to be smart with how you use it, right? And that's like the main problem, is that like I think there's a lot of people that will just dump XP into this that think it makes sense to do when it actually doesn't make sense to do. And like you can actually put the progression of your account meaningfully behind by wasting XP. Like if you went and watched my freaking 7-hour stream from 2 days ago, where I spent like half of the stream just doing artifacts, it was a very good example of like, holy shit, when you're starting from like having no existing like pieces, not none, but like we weren't feeding old pieces into new pieces, right? So we're starting from like level 0 across the board on Farina's artifacts, and just how much fragile resin did it take? It took like 30 fragile resin to just like get enough fodder XP to level up all of Farina's artifacts. Like a little bit of XP was wasted there. I'm not saying I was doing it like perfectly efficiently, but like that's a lot of XP. Like that was valuable. And if players like Ash, where I was playing on their account, get baited by the fact that like MiHoYo was telling them every single day they have this stupid pop-up that says, hey, you haven't extracted elixir yet. That's a signal to them saying, oh, you should do this. You should really do this. This is MiHoYo telling you should hurt your account to many players. That's what they're doing, essentially. They're trying to make you make a mistake. Then maybe MiHoYo doesn't think it's a mistake because they think the elixir is better than it is. But like the way they have balanced the system, that will be a decision for many people, that if they are listening to MiHoYo just because it pops up constantly and says, hey, do the extraction, and you put XP into this instead of using it to level your existing pieces, you could put your account really, really behind. Like if you do it once, probably not. But if you do this for a year straight, because MiHoYo's yelling at you to do it, and it's just like, that's what it seems, because like that's what they're indicating. This is the game indicating to you that this is what you should do, but this is not what you should do. It is not a given that you should do this, right? So they should not have a thing that pops up constantly saying you should do it. That's actually it's really horrible. Like genuinely, I'm getting to the point where I think because of this this stupid pop-up thing in particular might make me put a line in my account fixing that says it's just a yes or no, or it might be just how many times have you wasted XP? And I don't know what the phrasing the question will be. It'll probably just be something really generic. How many times have you done the artifact extraction, feeding leveled artifacts to get sanctifying elixir? And if people say they have done like this 5 times, I'm just gonna be like, sorry, I'm not gonna bother fixing your account, because like there's your problem. Like it's just gonna be a disqualifier, because like I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna do that, because it'll still be interesting at least to like maybe a year from now do an account fixing video on someone who did waste their XP every single month on this, and see how far behind an account could be just because they decided to do, you know, eight of these across a year, instead of leveling existing artifacts, right? So anyways, if you have existing artifacts that could be leveled, you should probably not do this. That's ultimately all it is. And do not listen to MiHoYo and their stupid thing. I just read that, by the way. Subdislunet, thanks. Do not listen to the MiHoYo and their stupid thing that says, hey, you haven't done the elixir extraction yet. That's cringe. Stop doing that, MiHoYo. There we go. Anyways, rant. You're overreacting. I don't think I am. Amber, quite frankly, I don't think I am. I think this could seriously worsen players' experience in the game if they waste too much XP into it. Like I think you underestimate. Like it doesn't feel that bad when you get used to like, okay, how like you log in daily, right? The time it feels like it takes when you're just logging in and playing a few minutes a day to do your farming for your artifacts and leveling artifacts makes it feel like, oh, you know, it doesn't take that much like resources to level up 5 artifacts to 20. But then when you go and see what happened on, like, again, go watch my stream and see how much resin it took for me to level all of Farina's artifacts from 0 to 20. Like, see how much XP fodder it took to level all those artifacts, right? And realize that, like, how bad it would have been if I had spent all of that fodder into the extractor instead of leveling up the pieces that we already had, right? So anyways, like, I'm not saying there's never a place for it. It's not what I am saying. It's never what I was saying. I am saying you got to know how to use it. And it is definitely not a default assumption to use this. And MiHoYo is treating it like you should just do this. You shouldn't just do this. You need to clearly look at the state of your account. And if you are hyper-focused on a small subset of units, which is not what MiHoYo seems to want you to do right now because of theater, then, you know, like if your situation is like on my polearm only account where you just have a lot of excess XP because you hyper-focus on specific units rather than playing around with different characters, then that's the most likely circumstance it can make sense, right? This extraction system is just, you have to like know what you're doing. And so many players, like my account fixing series has been very good at telling me, so many players just don't understand all the convoluted mechanics that are in this game. And this is yet another convoluted thing to think about, like how to manage your resources in this game. And if you don't manage your resources properly, you can put yourself behind, right? Like you can artificially make your experience worse by wasting resources here. I think it's actually a problem. It's a good thing to exist in the game because like now we can get some of those like rare artifacts that you might have otherwise not been able to get. Like the elixirs are good, and having a ability to get a recurring source of them is nice. But like, I don't think I'm ever going to use this extraction thing on my main account. And that's despite the fact that I've been doing like 1 resin refresh a day. Again, I'm doing a resin refresh a day because of like content purposes. Like I want to be able to get more resin to be able to level more things so I can make more videos easier, right? I do not think people should resin refresh. But my point with that is I'm spending more resin. I'm theoretically getting more resources, and I still can't foresee doing this, right? Like I don't know. Anyways, I right now I think the smartest thing to do for most players is to use these just the ones they give you freely, right? Just the ones that you get through exploration. There's the 1 anniversary reward coming in a couple of days. the sigil turn-in, which is just exploration as well. It's mostly just exploration ones, right? I hope they give more out through events. I hope they literally don't just give one of these a year or two of these a year through the anniversary rewards. Like I suspect they're probably only going to give 2 a year through like anniversary and lantern, right? Is my guess. But hopefully they give out more of them, right? Because these are only as useful as often as they give them out. And we'll see if, like, you know, the Chen Yu Veil equivalent this year has any as rewards. I hope they do. That's the most valuable they can be, because it's, you know, you don't have to spend resources that could have been useful elsewhere to get them. They're just given to you. And obviously if you buy the battle pass, that's a source too. So anyways. Hey, some fragile resin. Sorry for that rant. What I wanted to talk about was how I finished leveling. I think I'm like, I don't know. I still want better circlet options in this Obsidian Codex set in particular. And I would like, I actually, two things. One, I got closer to a compelling Mualani build because I have this feather now, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 stats. So two stats in crit damage, 3 stats in HP percent. This is a 4-line, and then 2 extra ER rolls, which is actually good. I would really like, if I switch to Obsidian Codex, one of the biggest benefits it could be for me on my Mualani over my 2-piece combo is if I could have enough ER to burst consistently. And I think that is one of the valuable things of using Sacrificial Jade on Mualani, is that if crit rate's a dead stat, we can prioritize a lot more ER. I have this weird timepiece, which might be good for what I want, but I would personally actually prefer a timepiece because I have an option for a goblet that also has a bunch of ERs and off-piece goblet. This is perfect. So if I get a crit damage circlet with a bunch of HP percent substats, and then a timepiece that has like 20% crit damage and then some EM. So like, or if it was like this same exact piece but EM instead of ER, I think that would be my perfect Mualani build on Obsidian Codex right now. So still I'm not quite at the point where I would say I'm done farming this set, but like I have enough for doing DPS Kachina. Because like this is a good DPS Kachina or DPS Zylanen piece. I have a competent enough Kaniche build that I'm like fine with what I've got going. If I need to, I can, you know, swap things around to an onset goblet if I need him to do a little bit more damage, whatever. But like I have decent enough options that right now I just don't really want to farm that much more of this set. Notably because I think I'm also done with the support set. So if we look at my my plan for Zylanen, so I already have Kachina on 4-piece of this set. She is on an EM build because I wanted to maximize her crystallizes, and I have a bunch of crit stats because that's somehow this was literally the first timepiece in circlet I got was these 2 pieces on Kachina. Weird. Anyways, my Zylanen build is my like universal support build is I want a healing focus build for the purpose of using with Farina. Like there's no need to have her built for any damage basically, and when she's paired with 2 Hydro Cryo Electro Pyro units, she will not deal meaningful damage. So basically I just want crit rate and ER, and then any def is a bonus, and I plan to use a Fab build on her. So she's generating energy both for herself. So anyways, I wanted like def percent main stat, ER substats, and then healing bonus circlet ideally. Again, you don't necessarily need a healing bonus. You can heal a lot without a healing bonus circlet, but maximizing your healing bonus is like, why not? There's no reason not to, in my opinion. So have this def circlet, or def goblet. It's an onset goblet. It will enable a really good off-piece circlet I have. So, you know, hey, crit damage rolls. We'll see some damage from her. And then I have this piece, which rolled really well. A bunch of crit rate rolls and ER. And then I got this piece, which has crit rate, a bunch of ER. And then I have this piece, which this was a 3-line that had crit rate and ER. And then I put a level 20 piece into it, and hello, surprise. I was like, okay, sure. I don't really think that's what I needed, but like my point being, with my off-piece circlet, which will be, where is it? This piece on Zylanen, I'm gonna have like a 220 ER build with like 40% crit rate with Fav. So I basically have a perfect support build in my mind for Zylanen. And then I have this piece, I mean, the feather I might actually use an off piece. Actually, no, I can't use an off piece. Well, I don't know. Okay, the flower feather situation for DPS Island is not ideal, but you know, we have some ER, and I might need the ER anyways. I think I have some other pieces that might be. Yeah, see, that could be a DPS Island piece. I don't know. What do I get to do in DPS Island? I'll worry about if I need to level up other obsidian pieces. But I have this for DPS Island, off piece goblet, and then you know that. So like I got good options is my point. So I'm like mostly done farming this domain, other than like it would be cool to switch Mulani over, but also it's like not necessary. So well, I don't know. How good is Zalanen's healing in Mulani, Farina, and Xiangling? I mean, the team doesn't really matter. It's just her build will affect her healing. And like, from what I remember calcing, I haven't calced my specific build now. I'm not gonna do it on stream because of. If I do it on stream, it like might have Zalanen's profile visible, which might give me a copyright strike. But if I recall, it was somewhere around like 8,000 healing per tick. So she only does on-field healing, to be clear. So it's 8,000 healing per tick, and it does every 1.5 seconds after you use her burst. So with a Fab Def healing bonus build, that's about what I got, right? 8,000 healing per second is pretty significant. Right, that is definitely enough to like, you know, be proccing Farina's passive. And it's also like Bennett, by the way, like if you think about like how Bennett is only healing your on-field unit, Bennett only heals when you're below 70%, but he can be a very compelling healer for Farina too, right? He heals in like he will heal, generally speaking, less than I'd say a invested Zalanen would, like with the artifacts I just showed. But oh, okay. Actually, with the Maidens build Bennett, to be clear, Bennett can heal a freaking lot. But anyway, Bennett can heal a lot. But he heals every 1 second, so Zalanen heals every 1.5 seconds, right? So that's theoretically worse because of that tick rate. But point is, like, it's close enough that I'm pretty confident Zalanen will be a very compelling healer for Farina when used right, and having as much healing as possible may be very desirable for that. Now, in my case, this was probably unnecessary to do because I do have C2 Farina, right? But I still want to have, you know, the theoretically maximum healing build that I can have. So, anyways, yeah. So I'm mostly done basically farming, other than Mulani. As far as Zalanen goes, it is Sunday, so we should do some talent farming. Let's go claim my garbage quick though. Zalanen heals single target, but she does heal a lot every tick. Yep, indeed. For how long? Oh, let me double check. If I recall, it was like 10. It was a lot. No, I don't think it was 10 ticks. Let me check. I'm not gonna show this on screen because I'm scared of Mihoyo smiting me. But let me double check. Where is it? I'm blind. Duration is 12 seconds. Yep, and heals every 1.5 seconds. I don't know if she heals immediately when she first casts or if it takes 1.5 seconds. I'm going to guess it takes 1.5 seconds to start, which means the total instances of healing should be, I think, 8, right? That's 12 divided by 1.5. Yeah, 8. So, yeah. Anyways, you know what I'm gonna do quick? I'm not gonna show it visually, but we're gonna go put my artifacts in, not my artifact, not all of them. This should be pretty easy to simulate. All I need to do is like put in what her level is into a calculator quick, and then put in that I have, you know, Fav def percent main stat, put in whatever little bit of like def percent in substats that I have. And I will give you an answer for what this kind of Zalanen build specifically will get for healing, which I don't have that many def substats, which can notably affect my healing. Like, this is not the maximum possible healing, but it's also like definitely a build that should never have to worry about having her burst up if I need it, which is the idea, and good for, like, you know, energy for the team because Fab, yay. So give me a second here. Again, not going to show it because I don't want to show her image on screen. At risk of Mihoyo being a Mihoyo. But let's see here quick. We'll say level 90, and I'm going to do level 9 talents. So I think that is the realistic high investment stopping point if you really care about her healing, right? Obviously, if you really want, you can crown it, but I don't think that's particularly necessary. Alright, so that is def percent. What we have? We have one flat def roll there. Okay, you know, that's not much. Wait, oh no, that's the wrong piece. It's possible I might end up using this piece instead of this piece if I don't need that one ER roll or the crit rate, right? But I'm just going to assume that I have the 19 flat def. And then if somehow I need more than 220 ER, I guess this piece might have to be used, right? But I hope not. And then we got def percent main stat, no flat def. And then we have def percent main stat, one tiny little flat def roll. How exciting. And then a healing bonus circlet. And also, Farina gives some healing bonus, right? So that is a factor too. A non-Z2 Farina, like Farina's healing bonus is probably, I'll just put in like 150 fanfare to factor in the healing bonus that we get from that. For a Caesar or Farina, that's the only other really meaningful factor I have to have, I think. Did I have def percent substats in this? Nope. Alright, so, yep, that should be fine. Let's see what it says. Where'd my tab go? There it is. It says she will heal, yeah, 8,000. I was correct. So, yep, 8,000 instances of healing. But not 8,000 instances. 8,000 healing total. Multiplied by, you know, 8. So, 64,000 healing total. Happy birthday, whoever's birthday it is. So, yeah. That 64,000 healing is quite a lot. Right. Now, obviously, there's always the weird factor of like the how much with her only doing on-field healing, how much time you have to spend on different units to get that healing. In a given team matters. You know, how tanky, like Farina is going to be more tanky if you have like a 45,000 HP Farina build, like a Cube Cautious Soup build or something. One tick of healing on Farina is not going to heal her to full, which might affect like the general rate. You can get a damage bonus build up. It's one of those things where that's part of the reason like I think C1 Farina is like so more noticeably valued than C2 Farina in many contexts, but because like just getting that guarantee, reducing the total amount of fanfare you need a little bit, and getting that guaranteed damage bonus right away makes Farina feel meaningfully different. But anyways, you're not getting her signature weapon. Why so much ER? Because bursting consistently do be nice if I want to. That's why. Do I have to? No, but I want to have a universal build. Like if I have her on the support set, I want her to be on a one support set, and I never have to change her off of the support set. The only reason I'd have to change her off of the support set is if I want to put her on a DPS build, right? That's the only time I want to change her. Why am I going here? Why did I come here? Oh yeah, I need to do claim our dailies. That's why I think I came here. Blam. So yeah. C2 Farina, to be clear, will be like C2 Farina with Xylanen's healing will basically make it so you don't have to think at all about being concerned about getting like trying to optimize when you're switching characters to get the healing proc on Farina or from Xylanen for Farina specifically. So, anyways, it'll be interesting to mess with. Is all it is. Yeah, I want the universal build that I want for me is that healing maximized build that can always burst consistently. There will be many a team where you do not need to burst consistently on Xylanen, right? So there is no one true universal build for her. Ultimately, you can definitely get more healing out of her by having less ER, right? I could switch to a def percent weapon, and it's possible maybe I have enough ER substats that I won't even need Fab, and I could try to crank her healing higher. But Fab is also just nice for supportive utility in general, right? So, and by the way, that's 8,000 healing from just Xylanen alone, and 8,000 healing in most teams should be able to proc Farina's passive, right? Because if you're at 10,000 HP, right? So actually, if Sethos is at half HP, right? Sethos is a pretty low base HP unit. If he's at half HP and then gets a tick from Xylonin, that will full heal him, and that will overheal, which then triggers Freena's passive, and then Freena starts healing other units' HP a little bit, right? I think this is one of the sneaky best things that's actually designed with Freena, that heavily mitigates the issue of using it's not like it's ideal to use only on-field healers with Freena, but on-field healers that can overheal, triggering this passive a bunch, makes it much less bad, right? Especially because this heals a percentage of your party members' HP. It's not like based on Freena's own stats. It's just healing a percentage of your party members' HP, including Freena herself oftentimes. So, anyways, yep. Let's start doing things actually rather than yapping. The point is, I need a whole lot of talent materials for Xylan, and that's for dang sure. I have a decent amount. I think I have enough for level 6 of all of her talents. I plan to do DPSing her, so I need to level up her normal attack talent for plunging. And you can do plunge on her, I believe, by the way, without Cloud Retainer, which is cool. It'll obviously just be more damage with Cloud Retainer. And then I need a lot of golds because I intend to crown her skill. It is one of the abilities in the game that I personally feel is worth crowning, because buffing mini units is actually potentially resource worthwhile. But it's like, to be clear, like 3% res shred. You definitely don't need to crown her skill, and I'm not going to prioritize doing that. Like, I'm probably going to try to get her to 888, and then I'll level 9 her skill, and then probably level 10 it before I take any of her other talents to level 9 or 10. I don't know. If I really, really like DPSing her, if she's really fun for some reason, I'll take her past level 8 normal attack talent. And if I feel like I need more healing, I'll take it past level 8 as well. We'll see. So, anyways, point is, I need, how many freaking things is that? You need 36, I think, golds for crowning one ability, and then I need 10 for taking to level 8, so I need 56 golds. Jesus. So, yeah, we're gonna go do kindling. That is her material. Same as Kanich, which is, great. Because I just had to use a bunch of those on him. I actually had more than I had, or before I got Kanich, I had a decent amount, I would say. And then he ate them. Oops. Freena Constellations over Xylo C0? That depends on the whole state of your account. Freena is it's like Freena's Constellations are obviously valuable. I do really like Freena C1 especially. Freena C2, as I've said before, is fairly contextual in how valuable it can truly be. It can be very valuable. It can be just a boring damage upgrade for her, right? It's always going to be valuable in some way, it's either damage upgrade or or a lot faster damage when it's increased. It does a meaningful amount, but I don't think most players in the game need it or will truly make value out of it, right? Which is kind of what my video that I made about it was fundamentally about. It's just most players don't need this, don't get baited by it. You can probably have more fun in the game getting more new characters rather than just making Freena slightly stronger. But I definitely have felt the difference. I played Freena non-constellation Freena C0 for I don't know how long. It was at least 6 weeks, I think. I think it was 2 months, if I recall. Even Swirl Electro, I don't think I did. They put Pyro. Okay, well, that's annoying. Well, okay, Sethos is not ideal here, to say the least. But it's not dysfunction. Just got Shorekeeper. Is that a Wuthering Waves character, I assume? So... Anyway, Xylonin's overhyped as she can't do damage. She will be best in slot only in hypercarry teams with strong DPS. Yep, I agree. She is definitely a more hyper carry focused buffers unit. Kazuha is a much more interesting character, in my opinion. But so many people don't even use Kazuha for the things he's interesting with. So, I feel like that is worth acknowledging. Yeah, these just always have Pyro on them. Okay. No, whatever. And I hate walk canceling on Sethos. I should just not bother. I should just not bother with his burst playstyle. It's theoretically ideal on the build I have to do burst and charge attacks at the same time. I don't know what I just did. Is burst again. I think there's an actual reason Hoyo won't let us toggle constellations. Yeah, because my theory is they won't let us toggle constellations because it would make people, if they could turn off constellations, they would realize how little some of them do. And it would make them regret pulling for things. And MiHoYo doesn't want to give people things in game that could let them realize the decisions they have made were bad and that, you know, they got baited by the system. So, yeah. Is Sethos fun to play? I find him very fun. Some people don't. I think particularly mobile players probably don't like him very much. Which tends to be the case for a lot of Bowie units. That. One thing I do want to try in this team is Xylanen actually instead of Kazuha. And Kazuha's grouping can be very valuable. And Kazuha's damage contribution with his burst. So like it's definitely not an objective improvement. But I think the ease of play of having Xylanen here in conjunction with the fact that I'm hoping to get Xylanen C2 could be some real fun shenanigans in this team, particularly because Kirara has a 8-second skill cooldown, right? And that means like cooldowns will line up with having cooldown reduction for Fischl and Sethos, and that's interesting. So, yeah. How play is it to play Arlecchino without a shield? I never play her with a shield, so take that for what you will. I mean, I played most shielders or most characters without a shield. I played Sethos with a shield here because I like this team. I think it's fun. I like not having like Baiju is in some ways an upgrade in this team, but I don't like his long arse burst animation, right? And then I can do, I just like using Kirara. I can do it. Oh, I got to level 10 on Kirara. Nice. That's a cool little name card. And then I have Kirara on a supported build, HP build on instructors with Kiyokashi's suit. She has 45,000 HP. So she's doing some EM buffing for the team. I do think she has to be in an AoE. She has to hit multiple enemies with her skill to be able to do that, trigger this. But, you know, actually, no, she doesn't. You can technically just spend time against one enemy in box form. See, that maxed out the passive. I forgot about that. But anyways, I'm not triggering aggravates or anything here because of the permanent pyro aura on these dudes, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying like Kirara is objectively better here. I just find once I had her C4, to be clear, without Kirara's C4 where she's applying some Dendro off field to help keep it quicken, I didn't really like Kirara that much in this team. Anyways, we're getting like no damage in this situation because yay for permanent aura. Oh well, whatever. Still worth. Anyways, yeah, Xylanen is going to be a unit that is going to be interesting as far as like seeing truly how valuable how valuable like the likes of Kazuha's grouping is. And in a team like this one, even though this is not a very hyper carry team, even without Kazuha, even without Xylanen C2 being factored in, right? The fact that she would be a healer, which could make, like, you can see, like, I've taken some damage, you know, despite having a pretty decently tanky shield, right? I do have level 11 skill. Like, it's not like it's a good amount of HP. I know I'm using instructors. It's not the most shielding I could get from her. But it's not like it's a not tanky Kirara, right? And I'm still taking a little bit of damage. So, like, the healing can be valuable. And notably, like, Sethos has AoE, right? He doesn't really need grouping if you can fire in a line. And I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. Particularly considering like Kazuha's burst is very valuable damage-wise in this team, but Xylanen would need less field time than a Kazuha does when he needs to burst, right? Like Kazuha takes more field time than Xylanen. So the less field time of Xylanen can be a like it'll be interesting testing teams like this one, where like Hazelwood does have significant value, but I could also see things that are valuable about Xylan in this team. And if I get her C2, I will not activate it probably for a while. It's probably going to be a Farina situation where it's likely I will not activate it until like the next patch. But we'll see. I don't know. It probably won't be a Farina situation actually, because like she's not as complicated a character as Farina that like would require me to test a whole bunch of different teams with, right? Oh, he went over here. So we'll see. Anyways, what we wanted, by the way, for the people that have just recently joined, part of what we're going to be doing today is, once I'm done farming here, I want to go test Sethos. Like if you saw my video with Sino Emily, I want to test Sethos Emily a little bit more, because when I tested it before, we have 40 resin again. Okay, we're going to go craft one more. When I tested it before, I did not find a way that I found it, like it felt good. And I was using Dia though, so we're gonna test Toma. We're gonna see if it's something weird, like Toma having slightly less pyro application than Dia might make it just better for doing an on-field Electro. I want to test different on-field Electro units, doing the Emily burning over burn quick burn combo, right? So we'll see. Craft one more thingy though. I need to get more freaking crystal flies. Yay. We'll go heal him up quick too. Shield is kind of needed if using slingshot, since you need to stay close to the enemy to get the passive. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, I just use slingshot on him because like I think it looks nice. I really like the look of this bow, and I've used Hunter's Path on him. Like it gets more damage, obviously. But like not crazily more. So I don't know, right? It's weird. And I also just like having Tignari ready to go. Although at the same time, Tignari can be on slingshot and be perfectly functional too. Like I can switch these weapons around. You know what? Screw it. We'll use this weapon. Why not? See a little bit more damage from him. By the way, it's worth mentioning, I suppose, for anyone not familiar with my Sethos build. I use a weird build. I use Thundering Fury because I like this, because as long as you're triggering electro reactions, what this basically does is enables him to just constantly do charge attacks if you want, or do burst and then into 3 charge attacks. Like this lets you do like a C6 style build kind of without having a C6. In a sense. Not exactly. It's kind of, the C6 is weird, but right, makes his skill cooldown line up so that he just gets his skill back consistently, easily, and yeah, it's just you can just kind of indefinitely keep on getting energy back. That when you have a high energy build like I do, that's the other weird thing about this build, is that I run an ER timepiece. Right now he has, I think, more ER than he actually needs. I run an ER timepiece. It's a weird, goofy 4-piece Thundering Fury build, right? To try to like get extra damage value out of him by building energy, because of the fact that he converts energy to damage by doing his like charge shot, right? So yeah, but you can definitely do like a Wanderer's Troop build with him and play him more like quick swappy. You could just, you know, like Tignari, right? Use him as an Electro Tignari is definitely an option. Probably, you know, this was a circumstance where I probably wasted more time going and crafting the condensed resin rather than just staying in the domain and doing 2 more runs. I recognize that, but I didn't think about it in the moment. So, anyways, we're gonna craft these and see how many I get to. You need 63 of these, obviously only 9 of these, and then I want to see how many golds I have, because I would on Xylan release day, or release week, not release day necessarily. I would like to be able to get level 9 skill and level 8 normal attack and burst. Is this the same account as the last account fixing stream? No. Did I not change the thumbnail? Did I actually not do that? I thought I did. We'll do part 2 of the account fixing at the end of or the same time I started, like Friday in the morning, whatever, for that stream. It'll be Friday in the morning for me. Don't know what time for you. Go look at whatever the start time was for. Or it was 9 a.m. Central, if you want to see what it is your time, but is what it'll be for the end of this week. We're not gonna, well, I don't know, we gotta maybe log on to that account today. They did, Ash did ask me to do their dailies for them today. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then cooldown is back. 1, 2, 3. Right, that's the idea with the Thundering Fury, and I can actually keep on going, right? Official wasn't up, so I didn't get any more energy. Official is an important component to keeping his energy up. But yeah, that's the idea of this. It's kind of like as long as official's still going, so like you don't have infinite because you do need other components going on. But right, you can do charge attack spam. You can do it's like the full flexible build with him, and I don't know. I find it really enjoyable to play. He's a very his kit design is very unconventional, I'd say, compared to most Genshin characters. And he has a really weird relationship to energy recharge that's different from any other character in the game that I find very fun. So, anyways. Yeah, take a drink of water quick. I am world level 9. Well, the thumbnail is correct. Good. No, the Sethos is not C6. This is a C4 Sethos. I tried to get a C6, but I wound up with an Alhaitham instead. Which, you know, that was wonderful. Look at that. I really like this one. The Emily one is really pretty. I do really like the Emily one with the eye profile picture, I'll be honest. The cat one is just funny. I don't know. I think I'll stick with the Emily one. I really like the Emily one. But anyways. C2 Sethos Vial? Yeah, this build works. This kind of build works on like his buffs are not that significant from his constellations. C1 is nice because crit rate, yay. Although I think that's only his charge attack specifically. Yeah, not his burst, which is it's goofy. Why? But whatever. And C2 is just some electro damage bonus. Like C1, C2 are nice. They're just like okay damage upgrades for him. Talent, it's talent multipliers. It's kind of whatever. It's actually very whatever because so much of his damage just comes from like triggering aggravate and his passive. Which, by the way, one downside of like doing the charge attack spam playstyle is that you only get this passive 4 instances every 15 seconds. This being limited to 4 instances of charge attacks every 15 seconds is what technically makes the burst and charge attack playstyle better than doing charge attack spam. But I kind of find charge attack spam more fun most of the time. So, yeah, there's nothing super crazy with Sethos constellations. C6, I am pretty sure would enable this playstyle for me without an ER timepiece. Would be the kind of notable thing I would say. So I could switch to like, you know, this timepiece, for example. And obviously this could meaningfully increase his damage. A little less crit damage because of the piece I have, right? But I don't know for sure because I don't have it. And it also only triggers once per 15 seconds. So it still might not, right? Like, I actually don't even think C6 Sethos would be that meaningful. So, I don't know. I find him very, very fun. I think they did a very good job with his design. He's a little bit undertuned, ultimately, to be honest. But I value just more feel of play and how interesting a character is to use than anything. So, he is actually one of my favorite characters I released last year. I mean, I'll be honest, I have a lot of favorite characters I released last year. Like, I honestly think they hit it out of the park with their the 4.x character designs. All the Fontaine character, he's not a Fontaine character, but the Fontaine like release year, right? Like the only misses for me would be Linny. I think is a miss. I think Risley is like, especially the fact that like this dude released at the same time as this dude. It's like, what? Mahalo, you know, Cryo's like whatever. Like, he's a little bit undertuned in my opinion. Yeah, Linny is a bit of a miss for me. Like I can get what they were going for. I like him. He's a personal miss for me. Fremine in a similar vein as Sethos is very interesting, but suffers from being Cryo, and also the alternative is physical with him. But his baseline design is super interesting. I might work on. I have his C6 now. I think I got that during Arlecchino's banner. So I'll probably work on him eventually, but he's also kind of on the list of characters I will probably put more resources into after Shenhe releases, because I think Shenhe is a very interesting teammate for him. It might not work very well, though. I'm not sure. Charlotte's a little bit of a miss, too. Because, like, man, the only thing that kills her, as far as, like, her being, like, I would probably really, really enjoy using her. And I think there'd be a lot of fun use for her if her freaking hold skill didn't take 5 years to charge up. Like, why did they do that? Like, they just were like, no, we can't have any more access to cryo application from our field. This character's a healer, and you're going to like it. Like, that's what it felt like. I don't know. At least she applies more cryo than Mika. But, like, the fact that Mika can be better than her in many situations is, like... Why do you hate cryo, Mahoyo? Navia was like, wow. Like, they managed to, like, do a re-envisioning of Geo. I don't think she's the most interesting character, but I think they really did a good job, right? On designing her. Farina's baseline ideas, absolutely fucking incredible. Like, really, really creatively designed character. Like, the baseline idea of, like, this character drains HP, gives damage bonus for your HP changing, and, like, makes you think about the relationship of how much healing you have in the team, makes you think about the relationship of what, like, relative HP totals are, and, like, has this nuance with their heal, like, the baseline design of Farina is incredibly brilliant. She's a little bit overtuned, though. Like, she probably shouldn't do as much damage as she does, in my opinion. Like, but anyway, like I almost always have my Farina significantly powered down, and she still feels like oh, her damage buff plus her being a compelling off-field, really compelling off-field damage dealer, even when she's super powered down, is just like, yeah. I know she's an Archon, yes, I'm aware, but like, I love this character, is my point. But she's a little bit overtuned, is my vibe. Like, I feel like a little bit too often, it just feels like, well, the obvious choice here would be Farina, right? That's what I feel many times. If you have her available. Not that you need her, but she's definitely like a difference maker. And there is many a case where it's just like, I can't envision, like I can't really envision a Quick Bloom Tignari team, for example. I can't envision a Quick Bloom Tignari team. Actually, no, it's not a Quick Bloom. That's a Hyper Bloom Tignari team, sorry. Working without Farina, right? Because like the other Hydros trigger based on like normal attack application, Yelan, Sing Cho, right? And like, they don't work, right? So Quick Bloom is incorrect, by the way, because Quick Bloom is if the on fielder was triggering. He can't trigger blooms, but he can help generate them. So there's lots of context in the things. Like, this is a brilliantly designed character that helped fill a void that we had in like needs for Hydra application. Helped give more options for buffing teams. In ways that brought up the strength of like one of the really, really notable things she did is she brought up the strength of like other units to be like there's so many more like less like good units that are just much more usable because of Farina's existence, right? And I think it's amazing. I think it's just brilliant, good design for her. But she also probably maybe does a little bit too much damage. Chevreuse, I think, is the best design character they made, maybe, period, in the game, quite frankly, in my opinion, for a C0 4-star, right? Like, she gets, none of her constellations are particularly necessary. Yes, her C6 is very strong, and yes, her C6 can be the difference maker between, like, her C6 is the difference maker between an Arlecchino Vape team being, like, better or slightly worse than an Arlecchino Chevreuse team, right? But like, does that mean you need her C6 for an Arlecchino Chevreuse team to clear the content, for an Arlecchino Chevreuse team to be strong? No, right? Like, this is extremely unnecessary. This character does the vast majority of the important things she does at C0. And her constellations are all like interesting, not like necessary. Like C1, is not like normally like 4-stars will have the typical like, oh, overcosted burst that is necessary to use their kit, like a burst that's necessary for buffing or whatever. Her burst is not necessary. Her burst is useful for like pyro application, or in like you can even like get some meaningful damage from it on a DPS build, but like it's just useful to have as a situational tool. But like you don't need to burst constantly on her. And they didn't give her like an energy refunding constellation like they usually do. Instead, they gave her a constellation that refunds energy on other units. That's cool. Now, like using this is kind of weird because the active character on field is the one that has to trigger the overload. And oftentimes, like you have situations where the active character is not actually triggering the overload. So it's like, it's not that useful to be clear. I'm talking about the baseline design level of like, hey, you know, we just gave a minor additional benefit thing that's not like vital, but it's just like a minor additional benefit. C2 is basically just extra pyro application. This is meaningful for like shield breaking. Like her front loaded by like when you have the C4 shivers doing burst into 3 E's, and by the way, every E does not get this because it has a limit of every 10 seconds. But doing burst into 3 E's with C4 shivers is, I think, like, if I recall, it's 8 or 9 units of pyro application. It wrecks a lot of shields, especially in conjunction with the fact that you're doing overload, and that often does means like you have Fischl, for example. You do 8 units of pyro application with Fischl out. Fischl poops a lot of Electro on. Like it's like it's strong, but is it necessary? No, it's like just like an upgrade, right? And like at C0, she can do like 6 units of pyro application, right? Like these are like 3 instances. These 2 constellations together are like 3 instances of extra pyro application that might be a little useful. And the damage from it is very whatever. Talent upgrade is just whatever. Healing, it's not bad. I do like having her healing leveled up. Detaches her. The more you level up her skill, the less you are relying on like someone like Bennett or other defensive units. And I think her most valuable thing with her C6 is actually her, in conjunction with her just becoming even better of a buffer, is actually her team-wide heal. Makes you can like just use her as your team-wide healer, and it's very comfortable in my experience. That the team-wide healing is really, really nice. This is backloaded healing, so it's not really that useful for Farina, but you can technically use it for Farina. And C5 is just kind of not great unless you're DPSing her and just seeing some fun numbers on her burst. Like none of them are necessary, right? Her baseline design is incredibly good. She is very strong for her niche. She enabled, you know, team combinations of characters that were not really relevant before to now be relevant, right? Like she enabled new teams to exist that weren't relevant before without them being like incredibly overpowered or anything, right? But they all have, but like, wow, I've been surprised with how valuable like I thought it was going to be good before her release, and I've been surprised that she exceeded my expectations significantly, right? And remember, I use this character not C6. I do have C6 now on my main account, but I use this character not C6 for like 9 months. Just a very good character, but doesn't feel like overpowered in any crazy way. Like her restriction of the pyro bonus, of like a pyro and electro team, feels well thought out. Like her strength is balanced by her team restriction. Like it would be nonsense to give this buff without restricting the team, right? Like it's just a balancing aspect to the character. I adore this character. She might be my favorite design character in the game. Quite frankly, for like nuance of, she's like fun to do DPS things, good at doing lots of different shield breaking things, interesting for interactions with different, you know, electro and pyro units to think about the slight nuances of, has relevant constellations but not needed constellations, very relevant at C0. My only frustration is Mihoyo seems to think that she only belongs in Raiden's banner. That's kind of the vibe right now, and that kind of annoys me. But Mihoyo, you have an opportunity to make it up. This character will make a lot of sense to rerun probably on Mavuika's banner, I suspect. Rerun her with Mavuika, you buttholes, okay? Do it. Do it. Do it. That would make people's experience playing this game better. Do it. Anyways, Yami's great. He's again like this is just like a more generic like pyro carry DPS 4-star. I think they balance him quite well. He has a very inventive playstyle. I don't know why this is what I'm talking about. I just want to like gush over how like I think their character design has been really solid the last year. Gaming's great, right? His playstyle is very inventive. Right, the weird nuance of like Manchai running away and then coming back and like watching for that, like it's very engaging. I think I intend to level him more soon. And like the fact that like his overall damage output is not crazy is fine because he's a 4-star and he's a Liyue 4-star that was given for free, or an option to choose for free, I guess. And with his C6, oh, he becomes better than Duluth, and I think that's fine. Personally, I think it's fine for a C6 of a 4-star with how hard, particularly they are to get right now, to be a little bit more powerful than the Luke, quite frankly. So yeah, this character's great. Shan Yun, very interesting. I think some people might find her combo with Farina a little bit like overpowered. I don't actually think it's that strong, but again, it's like lets you use characters in ways that like were not possible before. I think this is a really, really well-designed character and well balanced. I find her energy needs kind of annoying sometimes, quite frankly, and you know, but that's like not uncommon, and like it makes sense for like how like balancing her. So I get it. I do get it. One thing I am not super familiar with is how compelling she feels. I haven't tested meaningfully enough how compelling she feels without Oathsworn Eye, the event weapon that many people don't have. Realistically, I think just use Fav, though. Just use Fav, and you're fine. Probably, mostly. If you don't have Fav, I don't know. Point is, I like this character a lot. She's super, super fun. I, quite frankly, mostly only use her for Overworld now. I played mini Plunge Deep for several months, and I've gotten mostly bored of them. I think she's brilliantly designed. Yeah, with the big asterisk of like she feels a lot more underwhelming without Farina. Like obviously these two were kind of made for each other, just like Siege Queen was, but people seem to forget that. Like every healer that releases in the future is going to be balanced in some form with Farina as a factor, right? So, yep. Yes, Xalanon's on the strongest team probably includes Clever Tainer. Xalanon's damage multipliers are really not that meaningful, but her plunge multiplier is the only meaningful multiplier. And, you know, Clever Tainer does plunge buffing, and oh yeah, and Clever Tainer, or Xalanon does death scaling plunges without technically needing to be in the 9th soul state, which is interesting. I don't think it's really that relevant, but it is interesting. Chiori, you know, I don't understand exactly why they restricted this character to being as niche as she is, mostly with, like, she only gets her double dolls, right? When you have a Geo construct. Like, I guess they were just thinking, oh, Zhongli exists, and oh, we're gonna release Kachina later. So, you know, the fact that Kachina exists now, though, like, and she's a free character with the Natlan story quest, and is extremely low investment to build, and like provides the Geo construct for Chiori, and like Chiori has interesting option for being played on field with her Geo infusion. Like I think this is a really, really actually well designed character with the factor of Kachina now. I don't know if that was what they're intending was that, but like I think you can get much more value out of Chiori now that Kachina exists, and that's a good thing, right? Before it kind of felt like, oh, do you have Zhongli? And that was a bit rough in my opinion. So yeah, she's got a weird design. I don't know why they felt the need to make her as niche as she is, ultimately with the construct restriction, especially with how they just really have not wanted to do much with constructs, right? And like with the construct limit in the game especially, like there's some cool things that they could do with constructs on a design level that they just haven't touched. So them making a unit that wants a construct to get her full damage potential is odd. Arlecchino. Oh, I skipped Nuvilet, by the way. Arlecchino and Nuvilet, you know, we'll group them together, are both very strong units in different ways. These are definitely the strongest carries I think they released last year as far as on-field DPS units. I don't really like Nuvilet, ultimately. I got quite and that's because he doesn't really have that interesting of a play style to me. He got very boring. Like, he plays one way and one way only. And, like, he does have interesting options for doing different teams. Like, I appreciate his design level of incentivizing different elements to be played with him. But despite the fact that, you'll change the team around a little bit, right? Like, change what elements exactly are putting with him. It's still just, he just feels the same to play always. Whereas, I don't know, Arlecchino feels much more interesting to play and think about using. That's my personal vibe. He's very strong. I think he's a bit overtuned, to say the least. I do not think he had to be he self-sustains himself, does a lot of damage in AoE, has range, has AoE, a lot of control. He's Hydro, so he does meaningful Hydro application. Like, well, actually, his Hydro application is not that good. But, he can definitely do Hydro application, obviously, and that can be valuable. On top of his raw multipliers. So, like, the conjunction of his multipliers plus his, like, ease of use, range, AoE, like he's a bit overtuned, I would say. But also, like, I do feel like this character at C0 is relatively balanced. I do think some of the people that assume he is super overpowered are like people that have his C1 that never have to think about getting well, I shouldn't say never have to think about getting interrupted. This is actually a little bit overrated for his interruption resistance. I also think his C1 is lame because it forces him down towards, like, you should just do double Hydro. And I think that's incredibly boring. Like, I think he's primarily interesting when you have to deal with this restriction of, like, wanting to get full damage on him, like, pushes you towards 4 element teams. I think that's a good thing about his design. And I think being interrupted is a meaningful balance for his strength, because being interrupted is bad on him. Absorbing the balls and losing a full charge attack is bad. So, like, anyways, I don't like him because I got bored of him, ultimately. And I think he's a bit overtuned, and it does feel like they have designed some content around his existence, right? Like, there was that hard event, I think, a few months ago, where they made the Pyro Regis Vine push you away constantly. And oh gee, what was the solution to that? Wink, wink, either automatic Pyro application that doesn't require you to move your character towards it, or beam away. Like, don't do that, Mihoyo, okay? That's just, like, the most egregious example. I think there's more subtle examples, like how they have designed Mini and Abyss Cycle to benefit him in many ways. So anyways, I think he's a bit overtuned, and I think he has warped how they have designed other things in the game, and that has made other characters suffer a little bit relative to him, is what I would say. So, and Arlecchino, you could make some of the same arguments for, maybe, but I think she's a bit more balanced, because she doesn't, like, do AoE in the same way. She just has, like, a really meaningful amount of control, and, like, without getting too in-depth, I really just adore how they designed this character. It was surprising to me, like, how they basically solved every problem that I had with, like, their generalized patterns for an on-field carry design with this character's kit. At times she feels a bit too strong, but it's also because, like, I don't know, she's a Harbinger, like, she's a Pyro carry. Like, she's a bit strong, probably. I would be perfectly happy with her if she did a bit less damage, right? Like, I would be perfectly fine if I didn't have her C1. I got her C1 because I got lucky with I got it at, like, 10 pity or whatever. So I didn't even try to get her C1, but, like, her C1's nice. It's a damage increase for her, but I also used her a lot C0, to be clear. Before getting her C1, I do know what she felt like C0. And, yeah, I don't know. I like this character's design a lot more than Nuvolette, because she just feels engaging to play and think about playing. Like again, like the Candace, like, Bennett, Arlecchino, Kazuha team still is, like, incredibly engaging to play to me. Like, I haven't gotten bored of that, because every different situation I'm against, I can, like, optimize playing that team in, like, subtly different ways that change like I don't know. It's just engaging to think about using that team to me on a recurring basis against different situations. Like I figured out recently in this current Abyss cycle, how to get down to like a 30-ish second clear in the first chamber, first half with Arlecchino, Bennett, Candace, Kazuha. So, yeah. Try playing Arlecchino without Zhongli. I don't have Zhongli. It's not that hard. I'm not saying you have to like her without a shielder. But one of the benefits of the fact that she doesn't have a duration-based infusion, and it can also, notably, the biggest thing for me is actually it is kept when you swap off field. That's an incredibly big deal to me. Is you also don't lose as like if you have to dodge with Hu Tao, right, to not die, you're losing time on like damage output for your infusion uptime. Arlecchino, it just pauses, right? You don't lose time on your infusion. You don't like she feels so much better to play, and I like this. You don't need this interruption resistance. It's nice. It can like this interruption resistance can sneakily result in like meaningfully faster clear times because of the fact that you don't have to worry about being interrupted. But like I can tell you, like I can just dodge, and I dodge a lot with her, right? I find her really fun to play against like the Tulpa. I find the Tulpa very fun in general because it's a dodgy boss. It is big, scary, swingy attacks, but they're well telegraphed, and I can just dodge around them, like dodge to the side, attack, dodge to the side, attack, like. So anyways, this is like the most like well-designed character as far as like not punishing you for dodging. I don't think you need interruption resistance on this character because you can just play better. But if you want it, it's a valuable option to have, right? Interruption resistance, still good. You can use it if you want to. I don't personally need it. I would be more than comfortable just turning off her C1. So, anyways, play her with whatever characters you dang want, but she definitely does not need Zhongli. That's for damn sure. So yes, if you feel like she does need Zhongli, that is a you problem, quite frankly. That is my opinion. She is way more than strong enough that she does not need to have perfectly optimal, never dodge, always steal damage inputs and whatever. And I think that's a significant benefit of her. Sethos, I think, is one of the coolest characters. I wish this was a 5-star character so that he just had like 5-star level damage output. But at the same time, I'm fine with him being 4-star because in some ways it just makes him more fun to see how well he can work in different situations. And I think since he was released, I've used him in every Abyss cycle and been able to clear. Like I even used, I thought he wasn't going to be able to clear the Pyrolector Abyss cycle with much ease. But then I realized how good Electro charge teams were for that Abyss cycle. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, you can just do like Fischl, Farina. What did I do? I think I did Fischl, Farina, Jean, or something. Or actually, no, I think I did different versions. I did like Siege when I did Jean. They felt pretty similar in that Abyss cycle. And he's been pretty good. I have used him in this Abyss cycle a little bit. Not, I think, on stream. We probably will today once I stop yapping. His weird nuance of like using energy in an unconventional way, like, is really cool. Like using energy in portions of either 10 or 20. 20 being the more notable interval. I do really wish, like, I think if he was a 5-star, one of the notable things, he wouldn't have any limit on this, right? If this character didn't have a limit on his shadow piercing shots, and I could get, 6, 7, 8 fully buffed charge shots out of him, oh, he'd be so much more fun. And so, well, not really more fun. He'd feel the same to play, other than he would just have meaningfully higher damage output, right? But like when you do the 5th shot after you lose this buff, he loses a meaningful amount of damage. So yeah. Anyways, Chlorand is a more boring Sethos. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chlorand I think is actually pretty inventive as far as like fun gunslinging whatever, but I think suffers from typical on-field carry problem, wherein like I can tell you, if I had her, I would have gotten bored of her pretty quick. That's kind of all it is, right? I think she's a bit undertuned. Like it feels like to me they designed her right. What they wanted to do at a baseline idea, I can get what they were going for, right? With her attack passive, right? I think they wanted to make an Electro on-field carry that wasn't just aggravate, right? Like that's what their point was with like this like attack and like build a bunch of attack on her instead of building EM and whatever. And they even put her in her trial had Chevreuse, right? But like the way they actually balanced her multipliers basically made it so she did a bunch of application with low multipliers, such that like even when you're building a bunch of attack on her, you still just want to do aggravate. And that's like, okay. So like she just becomes like a official driver. And like yeah, she's like Kaching Pro Max. And that's cool, I guess. But like it's like not very interesting, right? It's not that she doesn't do much that's like mechanically interesting to me. I know she isn't locked to aggravate, but like Chevreuse teams are fine with her. But at the same time, it feels like they balanced her specifically kind of in the context of with non-aggravate teams. They wanted to make sure she was worse than Raiden, right? Like, she is worse than Raiden in Chevreuse teams. And Raiden is not like the craziest carry. She does not do insane levels of damage. And she is worse than Raiden for Chevreuse teams. To be clear, it's a different playstyle. It's ultimately a preference. But like, and yeah, Raiden can do things like Hyper Bloom. So Raiden is like a more useful unit than Chlorand. I don't know, right? I don't get what they were going for. It gives me vibes of like they wanted to make another attack scaling like Electro carry that just had a unique playstyle, and they wanted her to be relevant in not just aggravate teams. And she can be more than usable, but like she really shines the most in aggravate. I don't know, right? It's a problem with the design of Electro on-fielders in general in the game right now, I would say. Which is a side effect of what Dendro does with them and what Fischl does for them. So, I don't know, right? But when they've been so inventive with some other characters, I feel like this one's a little bit of a miss for me. So she's not very... She's nothing new for Electro on-fielders, right? And she just gives me vibes of they just didn't want her to be as good as Raiden, because they can't let an on-field Electro carry have higher damage output than the Electro Archon, who has flashy Booba sword mode, right? And she has to be stronger, but like that's them effing up on Raiden's C0 power level, in my opinion. So she's in this weird like middle ground territory of just whateverness for me. She's like, do you like her gimmick of flashiness and whatever? And that's kind of it. Sigewin's a good character. Yes, she was designed with Furina in mind, but like she is the Furina Sigewin core is really strong. It's really strong. Like having it, to be clear, if you have a bunch of other healer options, there's not much need to get Furina. Or sorry, there's not much need to get Sigewin for Furina. But I have seen many an account who did not have a lot of very compelling healer options for Furina. And Sigewin plus Furina core plus freaking whatever else you want, basically, without getting in depth and like the different things, different units you could pair with Furina and Sigewin. Like, you could do a lot, right? And then because you're doing Furina and Sigewin together, you can basically do what I do on Sigewin and do a 4-piece MH build. And her burst, you know, even if you're not playing her in a team where you're bursting consistently, having a Nuvilet charge attack on your burst, because you can build her with MH to give her a bunch of crit, and she can still have a bunch of HP for buffing. Like, on the 3-star bow I tested recently, this character can get, I think this was the level 8 burst. She was getting like 25, this is without like doing VV buff or whatever, blah, 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 blah. She was getting like 25k burst ticks, right? And this is times like, I forgot how many instances of damage it is, right? But it's like a Nuvilet charge attack, except she can't be interrupted. And the AoE is like a little bit different and whatever. But like, she also moves around faster in a little bit different way. Like, I actually like how her Like, as far as, like, Nubilet charge attack equivalency goes, I like how their burst functions a lot more than how Nubilet's does. She can't be interrupted during it. It can output a meaningful amount of damage. But it's a high investment option to build her towards, right? Not something you need to do. And I think that's good. I think like a supportive unit that does relevant things like keeping the whole team alive, being the best team-wide healer Hydra unit with her energy generation, especially for Farina, and buffs Farina a little bit and can buff your other off-field skill-based damage dealers like Fischl, your Yai, heck, I've been using him for Dia lately. Like Siege Queen has caused Dia to get like 40, 50k vapes with the build that I now have on my Dia. Typically a C2 Dia with a really good build. But point is, like, I think this character is actually really well designed. I think people are wrong about her. What the things she does that are relevant makes sense for her to like not apply that much Hydro, right? Because again, and she doesn't really need to apply much Hydro in the context of like she was made for Farina. Because if you're doing Farina and Siege Queen, it's generally speaking, you got enough Hydra application, I think, to do whatever you want to do with Hydra application most of the time. So, this is an extremely well-designed character. I don't like lowly model characters still, to be clear. It's just, I don't know, they're not appealing to me. We'll just keep it at that. But the kit is very well-designed. I do think her C1 probably should have, like, for how, the reason I think her C1 should be in her base kit is as simple as this. I have her C1, and I played her a bunch with C0, activated her C1, and I barely felt it. Right? So, like, I barely felt the increase from C0 to C1, and also her C1 has a weird downside of, like, actually delaying the heal for Siege Queen herself, which can weirdly delay the healing for Farina, so it's actually not all upside, which is part of it basically might be part of the reason why I didn't feel the benefit that much, maybe. So yeah, like, I don't know. I don't get how Farina releases, and people understand, now, like, if you understand what's strong about Farina and how, like, she completely changes the relationship of how relevant healers are, and then, you know, they release the most relevant healer to pair with Farina for an easy way to make Farina have a double Hydro core. Like you can now use your, like, with Siege Queen Farina, you can now use all your low ER builds that people love to use on Farina, but now you don't have to do frickin' Nubilet and Farina. You can actually do Siege Queen Farina, right? Who is the other Hydro unit you pair with her? Like a supportive off-field Hydro. Like Barbara? Barbara doesn't generate energy. She doesn't give any energy to Farina. Kokomi? Kokomi needs field time to do her team-wide healing. Like Barbara free? Yeah, and this is Barbara Pro Max Max Max. This is Cope, I'm sorry. You haven't messed with Siege Queen and Farina together. Look, I shat on Siege Queen too. I was f***ing wrong. I shat on Siege Queen too. I was confused. I didn't get what they're going for. And then I used the character. And I was like, oh. And I'm telling you what the O was. I'm not saying you have to get Siege Queen. I'm not saying you need Siege Queen. But she's well designed. She's well designed. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons to skip characters. You do need reason to skip characters. You can skip her because you have plenty of other healing options. That's a good reason to skip her. Well, like, yes, she was made for Farina. But if you acknowledge Farina's strong and understand the things that are strong about Farina, you should be able to understand the things that are strong about Siege Queen. So, the issue with Siege Queen is how replaceable she is. Every unit in this game is replaceable for the most part. Like, Farina's probably the least replaceable unit in the game, realistically. Because there's no other Hydra that does, like, application like she does and buffing like she does. And then she also does damage, right? Like, she's a bit nonsense. But, like, yeah, no character's a must-pull. They're designing a character that only shines with one specific character. Yeah. Did you complain about that with Shan Yun? Because, quite frankly, Shan Yun is in a very similar state to Siege Queen, in my opinion. Shan Yun feels way worse. Way worse without Frina. In some ways, I honestly kind of feel like Siegeween felt better with non-Frina teams than Shan Yun did. Like, but people don't say the same shit about Shan Yun. That's because she does something more inventive, right? She obviously enables plunge teams. She's a very inventive character that enables new things that would not be possible without her, right? Well, unless you're insane like Tars Blamo. But, you know, like I get it. I get the perceptual difference. But on a mechanical level, this character only really makes sense with Frina too. Like, I'm not saying I disagree with the sentiment that I don't like that they're heavily designing a character around one other character that exists. But that's what Frina did, right? That's the cost of her, you know, changing the relationship of how valuable healing is in this game. Is she made it so healers are functionally buffers when you factor in the Frina existence, right? And again, this is part of why like Frina can be overtuned. You can absolutely say that, but like, I don't think these are problems with these characters' design. I think this might be problems with Frina's design, if anything. Like, she buffs too much and does too much damage, and warps how other characters have to be designed around her too much, right? She warps the design of other things too much. So, anyways, if you need healer options, right, if you don't have Shan Yun, right, if you only have, like, Farina, and, like, the only compelling team-wide healers you have is, like, freaking Charlotte, Mika, and Jean, or something, very compelling choice. And also same context if you're someone who like wants to like keep Farina on like a 150 160 ER build, like a double hydro build, right? Again, very compelling supportive option. So I don't know, like she genuinely I think is like a character that many people may want to consider as getting on a rerun. Depending on what the rest of the situation and the state of your account looks like. She can simultaneously be extremely unnecessary, but also simultaneously be extremely useful. So, anyways. Emily's great. Yep, I think they did a really good job with her. She's a little bit clunky, to be clear, and I really don't like her weapon situation. I do think they did kind of purposely make her in a way to push people to go for her weapon, and I kind of dislike that a lot. Like, I don't know how I feel about it yet. I think when she reruns, I'm leaning towards making a video recommending people not pull for her unless they can also get her weapon. Because, like, I don't know. Like, she can be very, very usable without her weapon. I have used her without her weapon in a few different ways, including weird ways like a burst emblem DPS build. But I'm conflicted because of how different she feels with her weapon, right? And how it enables the universal burst utility in basically any context, and like fixes her like it's. I don't love it, right? All they really needed to do for me to not have the complaints I have about her weapon is to make it so that her skill, when you recast her skill while it was still up, kept her level 2 case, right? It didn't reset down to level 1 when you recast her skill. That's all they had to do, quite frankly. But that said, it's still more than possible to use her without her weapon. She can still be a very useful character without her weapon. It does make a difference, though, and that makes me a little bit more conflicted about how they designed her kit. But overall, as far as a danger unit that is balanced around, that is designed around burning goes, I think it's very cool that they did that. As someone who played with a whole bunch of burning shenanigans before her release. She's generally speaking been an upgrade to most teams where I would consider using burning before, and she's very, very fun to think about using and using properly in a team. I find her extremely engaging to play because of that. I do wish they actually designed, like, I think it would have been more interesting if they designed her around, like, utilizing the burning reaction itself to do more. Like I don't disagree with that. Like, it would have been interesting to see, like, if some of her damage output was balanced around her buffing the burning reaction. Let's make the burning reaction do 3-4 times more damage rather than her having big multiplier damage. But I also think she would be a worse character, right? Like, because if most of her damage output came from just, oh, she makes burning do a lot more damage, then fundamentally it wouldn't be like, you would just be even more forced towards doing full burning teams, right? Because if she has much lower talent multipliers, right, and instead just makes burning do 4 or 5 times, whatever, a bunch more damage, then that requires burning happening to get the damage, right, from the buff that she would give to the burning reaction, which would force her more down towards the really generic, just all pyro dendro, like the Kniech Emily. It would force you down towards like Kniech Emily Dia Bennett, right? As she is designed, her compelling multipliers give her use cases wherein you can like actually utilize the burning reaction to do something else with it. Like the most fun I've had is like with the Dia Farina Emily combo, right? Or the with Sijuan, or the Sino variation, right, where you're doing something else with the reaction, and like you might be causing, you're using the burning aura the pyro to do something else, and that means the burning might stop for a little bit, but as long as you have it re-triggering every so often, you still maintain the damage output on her, right? But if she was only just buffing burning damage a bunch, those teams are just like would be a lot worse, right? Like you'd be forced down towards teams that have much higher burning uptime versus having this flexibility. So, I don't know. Basically, I'm fine with how I designed her, is my point. I actually am fine with it. I'm fine with them just making her a high multiplier damage output unit that requires burning happening every little bit to keep her damage output, right? So, yep. I like her a lot. And we're going to go mess around with her today. That was a long yap. I like how they designed most Fontaine's characters. Even the characters I think that were a miss for me, like Clorand, I think they did a very good job on. Right? Overall. I think Clorand just suffers from being an Electro on-field carry problems. Like, honestly, kind of some of the same problems that Sethos suffers from, quite frankly. So, yeah. Is Yelan still good in 5.0? I think so. I have actually found a little bit more use for her lately. I have found her enjoyable. So, optimal Yai build. I personally like 2-piece combos because they're universal. But like the theoretical highest damage output generic use for Yai is 4-piece golden troop, and then she does her off-field damage. Yup. You can do that. It's good. I like using her in a lot of different teams though. So, like, if you did the, they did the, I don't know if anyone didn't know, you might want to do this because it gives you like 100 Primo Gems, I think, is in the mail. It takes way too long to go through, in my opinion. Yeah, this thing. It's the thing where they give you like some stats over the past year or whatever. I kind of dislike this one this year, by the way, because like last year they gave interesting stats. Like they said, like, you spent like this much resin in the emblem domain. Like I think for polearms only, it told me like I spent like 20-some thousand resin in the emblem domain. I was like, yeah, that seems accurate. And this year it was just like, yeah, you used Yai Miko a lot in Abyss. That was the most meaningful information it told me. I was like, yeah, thanks, I kind of knew that. I kind of knew that I used Yai a lot. But anyways, my point being is I use Yai a lot. Like like she's probably the closest character I would say I main. Not in that like I'm constantly designing teams around her or constantly thinking about using her anymore, but just like I almost always, when I'm looking at an Abyss, find some way to include her in a team just by default, because like she's just kind of useful as an off-fielder. So yeah, not a necessary character by any means, but I also very much use her a lot and have always gotten value out of her, to say the least. So yeah, and particularly as they've released like things in the last year, like Farina and Chevrus, most notably Chevrus, I've gained even more appreciation for doing non-dendro things with her. So yeah, my comfort pick, I guess. By no means do you need Yai, but I do like the character a lot, and she's always useful to me, which is representative in my opinion of her being pretty well designed. What the frick were we? Oh yeah, I was gonna craft my thingles. Nico more damage as Fischl, but Fischl more Electro applying and particles, correct? Yes, basically. You have Mualani. I wasn't talking about the Natlan characters. I was talking about the non-Natlans. The Fontaine characters. Yeah, I would overall say that Yai can be more damage than Fischl, though Fischl, how much damage you get out of Fischl is like dependent on the team. and Yai, I think, shines more in AoE situations, whereas Fischl shines more in single target situations. They are also very strong together oftentimes. So, like, I don't know, like she doesn't have the same use cases. Like, for a long time, I didn't level up Fischl because of the fact that I had Yai. So there were definitely teams like I used Yai in the past where like I could have used Fischl and maybe she would have been better in many situations. But at the same time, I've also still found plenty of use case. Fischl's one of my favorite characters in the game. I honestly still kind of feel like she might be the strongest and least replaceable unit of the 1.0 4-stars. the OP 1.0 4-stars. Xingqiu, Bennett, Fischl, Xiangling, right? Like, we might be getting close soon, TM. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what her kit looks like, right? But it wouldn't be that surprising for Xiangling to be replaced in many teams now, in the future, soon. Xingqiu's have been long unnecessary for a while now in many teams. He's still a valuable unit. They did a good job designing other Hydra units, and still Xingqiu is very relevant for many reasons. He's not a bad character now or anything, but he's never been more unnecessary. Fischl is still kind of like the most uniquely necessary unit sometimes, is what I would say, of those 4-stars, and Bennett. But Bennett also feels like he might be at risk of like I'm still getting hard vibes that they're going to release a team-wide attack buffer, right? I don't know if that's going to be in Pyro Archon's kit for sure. I'd be surprised if we don't get a team-wide attack buffer this year. And that's going to replace some need for Bennett in many teams, right? I don't think they're ever going to release a character that replaces what Fischl does. She is too unique, and the what she does with the game's mechanics is too specific. I can't fathom why they would ever want to release a unit that would just do the same thing as her, but more, right? So, anyways, Fischl's very good. But I still, like, despite how Fischl's offbeat Electro, good, great, wow, I still find plenty of times to use Yai still. And, yeah, so Yai is not just Fischl, but worse or better in some situations. She's just another option for off-field Electro that is compelling. Is kind of all it is. So if you're someone who likes Yai but thinks she'd be useless because of Fischl's existence, I disagree. Because by nature of I used Yai for a long time, then finally invested in Fischl, and I use Fischl a lot and love Fischl and use her all the time and still use her a lot. Actually, my Xiao video that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I recorded, it's not out yet. I actually am not going to include this in a video, and I'm not going to give the context for it. But I ended up testing a team changing nothing but Yai and Fischl. I tested for like an hour. So this is just going to be cut out for the video, but I'm going to mention it. I tested an hour testing Yai versus Fischl. And there was, like, the variance in my clear times felt much more down to, like, enemy variance and, like, slight mistakes I was making. Vastly more than it came down to, like, what either character was doing. And that was a situation where Fischl should have been stronger, I would say. But the nuance of the reactions going on made me not confident about that, because it was possible that Fischl was interfering with what I was trying to do in the team, right? That's why I was testing it. I was testing it because I thought Fischl's Electro application would be causing problems, actually, with what I was trying to do. Why did I switch to Yai here? I don't want that. So, yeah. Let's refine 6. Jesus. Alright, nice. Hey, another one. We can do one more. Alright. We have 88 of those. We need 63, I think, so I can craft 8 golds. Really? Bro, those were a bit more important to refund than the browns. Okay, well, sure. That puts me at 17. That's like that is not even enough to level her skill to 9. Great. Sweet. What do I need for skill to 9? I need 12, I need 22. I need 42 golds total. That's what I need. If I want to reach my goal of Xylonin investment in the first week of a release. But anyways. So yeah, anyways, let's go test what I actually originally intended to do this stream. I finished everything else, right? Oh wait, no. I don't think I've done the reputation quest. Frick. Okay, you know what? So yeah, what I want to test with Sethos here. We're gonna test Sethos, we're gonna test I guess Yai on field. We're gonna test Raiden on her weird build. We're gonna test these different units and see if I can find a quick burn, like what I did with Sino, right, with Emily and a pyro off field. Low pyro application off field is important. And see if I can find another unit that it makes sense to do that on. Sino so far has been the one that, in the testing I've done before, felt the most compelling. I don't know which one I wanted. I think I can finish one of them this week, actually. I don't know, let's just check them. But yeah, I think it's a good thing that Fischl exists and makes there be, like, Fischl existing obviously makes there be less need for Yai, that's for dang sure. But that's a good thing, in my opinion. How much do you get for, oh frick, it doesn't say. It's like 120, right, per thing? This is 80, yeah. I would like to get max. It's 120. Okay. So, 400, that's, if I do, that's 360 would be a waste. So 240, and then 2 of these, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll do two of the highest bounties. And then, does it matter which one I take? No, because it lets you choose different types, right? So I just choose based on the buff, right? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So with 2 of these. And then we need to do 2 of these, right? To turn in this to max, if I did my math correctly. Yeah, okay. So turn that. Turn that. Alright, and then we'll save the other ones for a different region. Sweet. I think that's right. Yeah, yep. Sweet. Alright. I suppose I should switch the team around. I'm going to leave this Sethos team pre-configured. We'll switch to a different slot here. No, Xylonin uses a Wanderer boss mats. Why did I switch that? Do that. Alright, so Sethos. And again, there might be something weird here, like the reason. So I've tested this already, but I'm going to show it.
The pleasure is all mine.
This feels like it didn't really work very well, even though like this same format worked on like polearms only. I don't know. We'll throw a Baiju in here for extra dendro application to try to increase our quicken uptime. I feel like I think it's just like Sethos doesn't have the raw multipliers at a baseline, and like I don't know. Like, the point is, Sino worked in this same format of doing Emily, a secondary unit like Yaya, like I did on polearms only, and then a pyro unit. So unless it's something like Dia's very slightly higher extra pyro application screws with things compared to Toma, Sethos just doesn't work as well with this. Also, it's raining, so that just screws up everything. Oh, wait, no, it's not raining. Nice. You're missing Farina in this team? No, I don't want to bring in Pyro. Or Hydro. Hydro will make things worse. Yeah, I will stop triggering anything consistently. So you can see like we triggered some quickens there. I also should have Baiju bursted, but I didn't. It's whatever. Where are you? You can see mostly we're just like we just trigger quick in there. We didn't trigger aggravates on most of those. So like he just doesn't feel very good. Well, I'll show it in Abyss, right? So you can see what that is like. There it is over there. But it's like it's not dysfunctional because like Emily is still doing meaningful damage and whatever. But it just is. It's just kind of weird. Why aren't they releasing 4-star Hydras? Because they know people. It makes them money. Like, yeah. Yep. So, anyways, like Emily, that like feels like she's doing all the work here. And Sethos just isn't. We're not meaningfully like doing much with Sethos ultimately. In this team. There we go. Let's see, didn't trigger quicken yet. Still didn't trigger. Like, I think that I was targeting the one dude that was getting Dendro peeked on him, right? And you can see also like the energy situation is worse here because I'm not using Fischl. That's obviously part of the problem too. I can use Fischl, by the way, in the last slot as an option. Fischl's realistically the best option. But I wanted to show the same format as I used with Sino first. So no, it's interesting, right? How the slight differences in application can screw up the relevance of doing these different things. Yay, reputation level to 4. So let's put Fischl in though, right? And we'll go do one other one.
Behold.
What does Fischl do? You press her E, she summons Oz, he starts spitting Electro on enemies, and then her burst does the same thing. Usually you alternate rotations with doing E and then Q, because her cooldowns don't line up with normal rotation times for most teams, like the 25-second cooldown. You can technically do a burst every rotation playstyle if you wanted, but her burst summons Oz. So you generally can just alternate rotations to be able to maintain his uptime. And then whenever you trigger an Electro reaction, Oz spits more damage out. That's her Ascension 4 passive. And that has a cooldown you can trigger every 0.5 seconds, which is a very small cooldown, quite frankly. So every 0.5 seconds, you can put more Electro on enemies, and that's the broken thing, is right? It has a low cooldown. Every time you trigger an Electro reaction, Fischl applies more Electro, and that Electro can apply. There can be an Electro reaction, right? that can trigger aggravate, right? So like she can be a monster in the right contexts. The long and short is the more Electro reactions you're triggering, the more damage Fischl do. She's relatively single target, and it can be a little bit hard to control her targeting without her C6. So, you know, that is a factor, but anyways. I think this is the one I'm next closest to finishing, if I recall. Fischl has to be level 90. I mean, you definitely want her level 90 for teams where Dendro is included. But she can be used in teams without Dendro. And in those contexts, you don't need to. Oh, these freaking things. Oh, God. Where the... Okay, I know where 3 of them are. I don't like that you can't target these. I'm gonna have to look them up. Or if anyone can tell me quick where they are. I think I remember passingly. I need to go claim the thing from the other dudes, but anyways, obviously we're not gonna get to level 4 here. That's fine. I think there's still a quest to do here. Yeah. This one. Where is this quest? I just not do it? I think I just didn't do it. Oh no, I bet Xylan is probably the last part of this quest, so I should factor that in. Yeah, I'll do... I think it's still fine to do the last bounty here. And then we can try to find the stupid flowers. I only need to get to 600 points total, factoring in Xylan in the story quest. Yeah, I think over here... Which is this? Yeah, it's probably faster to go here. I think over here is some ember flowers for sure. A guy by Catherine has the flowers. I don't really want to buy them, quite frankly. That seems like a bit of a waste. How tall is this? Not that tall. Maybe we should check for a dude down there. There might have been one, but... Yeah, I was... unless you're saying like, he literally grows them, but I don't want to buy them. I want to collect them, right? I don't want to pay 20,000 more for freaking garbage. Like I don't want to spend resources to get resources. I want to get resources. And I think there's like a bunch over here-ish, so we might go there. But we'll check how many he has, I guess. Or what price they are. If they are like 100 more each, then that's fine, I guess, because that's basically nothing. But usually they cost like 2,000 more or something per flower from these sellers, and that's not worth it to me. Have I done a no-pull account? I mean, I did weapons only, which is the closest thing possible to a no-pull account. Using Emily Burst probably helps keep up quick enough time quite a bit here. Let's see, we didn't even trigger quicken until our second charge attack there. It just killed me. Did the burning kill me? I don't think it did. I had like quite a bit of burning damage reduction. Something, I don't know, something going on here killed me, but whatever. What is killing me? I wasn't even in the circle that time. Like, he just took 4,000 white damage. Alright, some stupid effect with that bounty, I don't know. I didn't actually read it, so whatever. You need to stay close to the bounty target, you die? Okay, cool. Great design. Love it. That's super, super well made, in my opinion, but I don't know, it's a bounty, it doesn't matter. Natlan Divine Army, nice. Yeah, we'll go here. Need them flowers. I have no room to talk. I did Natlan before Fontaine. Nice. I mean, I did Natlan before Fontaine, technically. We should go check the flower, dude. I forgot, but whatever. Going here first, because I'm here. Yeah, there's one right there. Is that only one, though? Oh, God. See, that's a problem. I just need to mark on my map where these are. Wish I had realized I needed to do that when I was exploring the region, though. Oh, well. Yes, I know the interactive map exists. No, I don't feel like looking at it right now. As much as I don't like buying the flowers from the dude, we might just buy the flowers from the dude to save time. That was the only one I saw when flying over here. So Ember Flower. We'll check the guy. We'll check the guy by Catherine. Win pre-farming? Like what, for Xylonin? I'm already basically done pre-farming for Xylonin, other than talent materials, I think. You can't pre-farm her boss. I think I have basically everything I need for her flower. I don't... There it is. Yeah, okay, sorry, I need like 20 more. My bad. It'll take about 2 minutes. Why did I go here? The dude. Is it this dude? Nope, it's not this dude. How about you? No, it's not you. You? You're selling plants. Yeah. Oh, they are cheap. Wow. Okay. See, I thought they were going to be like 2,000. Sick. Alright. I assume these respawn weekly? Yeah, they do. Okay. Sick. Still kind of annoying, but hey. That's awesome. They're cheap garbage. Cheap garbage is fine. 2,000 more is like, that was like 3,000 more, I think, actually total. What was it, 15 times 250? Yeah. So cheap enough that I don't care. I know there's like, but like, I remember like farming for like Baiju. Actually, wait, does Shenhai use the same ones? The whatever the cliffside thing is, the not Qingzhen, the violet grass. I don't know. One character I had to farm for violet grass a while ago, and I think no, was it called violet grass? I don't know. Whatever the things that grow in the mountains of Liyue. I think that was Baiju's material. And like part of the sources of buying those was I think like there's a seller in Sumeru and then like a seller in Liyue. They sell like 15 together per week, but it costed like 20 or 30,000 more to buy all of them, which is nonsense. So yeah, Chi-Chi, Xin Yan, Baiju. Okay. Oh yeah, Shenhe is Qingxin. Yeah, no, that Shenhe's fine. Yeah, I think it was Baiju. So, anyways, awful. Claim the rewards here. I mean, yeah, I did use probably using Nahida. Nahida doesn't even have Nahida is not useful for her flower collection very often, in my opinion. Mostly because she would be if you didn't have to wait freaking 10 seconds, go and click through. Okay, it takes too long to do to bother most of the time. I don't often feel like I need to use her in Overworld, right? And she doesn't have enough range most of the time, like for the violet grass. Claim that. Whatever the heck this is. Maybe Pyro Traveler material. We'll see. Maybe it's free Mava Week of Constellations. Surely, right? That'll be a replacement for wishing currency for the Mava Week banner. They're gonna just give everyone a free copy of Mava Week for every one of these. Anyways, surely. Yeah, Nahida is useful for her own flowers. That is kind of what it felt like. She is useful for her own flowers because there isn't like as much of a height difference. But like you could go to like, you know, oh, there's a bunch of like violet grass over here, and then you go like down here with Nahida. She can't freaking look up enough to see these. Like either the camera doesn't let you look up at that high of an angle, which is annoying, or like it's just too far away. It's just out of her range, right? Like that's what I've always felt most of the time when I've wanted to use Nahida's ability. Is I try to use it, and then I just end up wasting my time because she didn't have the ability to reach it. So it's just always felt like a useless ability to me, for the most part. It even shows up in the top left of my thing. Mahoya, what did it do? Anyway. There's also another resource that we get for like the Archon quest gave another resource though, which is normally where like the Archon quest is normally what gives the constellation material for Traveler, right? So that's what's weird. Is like they have two different materials. What is the other material called? Does anyone remember? Where is it? Does it not show up? I could have sworn there was another material. Would you say Natlan's a good region? I've been hesitant to explore. I think it's been one of my favorite regions to explore. I think it's one of the most well-designed ones. Is it this? No. It's in the weekly materials. Oh. I think is that here? Yeah, it is here. Yeah, this. So this is a level up material, right? But this is weird because like, this implies that like because this is character. No, it says this is character level up material, and this is ascension material, right? It's a weekly boss material. Oh, I guess yeah, it might just be they're giving a weekly boss material early. For some reason. Why would they do that? Talons for Pyro Traveler? Yeah, but like why? Like if it's just a weekly boss material, I guess that's fine. It's just a cool thing they could give as an early bonus. But like it's not normal for them to do, and it's fine. It's just, but it's like certainly it's like cool. Thanks, because like they can be sometimes annoying, particularly to get early on, but if there's going to be 3 types, like there normally is, we're still probably going to have to use Dream Solvent. So it's like, it's not like it's going to fundamentally solve the problem of the annoyance of getting these boss drops, right? For when there's a new release boss and new characters that want the new boss. Like Mavuika or Pyro Traveler might need for their talents. But I don't know, maybe they're just doing something different for the way that Pyro Traveler needs these materials, right? Maybe Pyro Traveler's talents don't even require talent materials or something, and you just use these. I don't know. So it's weird. I'm curious what it'll be, but it could also be for Mavuika in some weird form, right? I don't know. And then these are presumably Pyro Traveler's constellations material, or they convert to the constellation material, presumably. So, anyways, All right, let's go. Actually, no, I'll log on to poems only after I'm done testing. I do want to check what am I at for? Oh no, I don't think I've done any of the quests there, so I think I'm basically level 1 there. But I'll be close to max soon. It's not a concern. Okay, wait, can you still do the bounties? Can you still do the bounties? God, I have something in my throat. Obviously I finished the bounties this week, right? But can you still do these after? You can't. That's so stupid. Like, I'm glad, I don't know. It's like a side grade, the fact that we get these materials instead of Mora for bounties now. But the fact that you can't do them after they're done is stupid. Like, they're finite. Why? They were already like restricted per week. Like, I just. And yeah, I think I kind of prefer the Mora too. I'm not gonna lie either. But like, why can't you just like, okay, if you're gonna convert it to artifact XP, let me just continually get artifact XP. That could have been nice. That could have mitigated the things I was ranting about at the start of the stream with the stupid extraction thingy. But if you gave more sources of like recurring artifact XP, but like no, this is not meaningfully recurring artifact XP. It's just one time. Ugh. And not even that long either, because it doesn't take that long to max out, right? Like, I think I will be close to maxed out in all 3 when the patch rolls around, right? So, and they're not adding new reputation things next time, because there's not a new tribe, no new exploration being added. So, whatever. Anyways, time to test things. That's what I intended to do today, but. You're gonna crown Zelen and burst? Probably not her burst now. I would like, most likely I will do like level 8 normal attack, level 10 burst, and or sorry, level 10 skill, and level 8 on her burst, unless I feel like I don't know. Do I still have my calcs open? I do. What is the difference? Let me check. So I have 8,128 healing at level 9 burst. What if I do level 8? 7,600 healing at level 8. My monkey brain, knowing the fact that it would be the difference between going over 8,000 or not,
the desert's a tough
might level 9 her burst just for that reason. And if I level 9 her burst, I have to level 9 her normal attack talent. Because I can't have 8, 10, 9. That would be unacceptable. So 9, 10, 9 is fine. 8, 10, 9 is not. Right? 8, 10, 8 is also fine. You don't want lower healing on Farina? Why would I want... No. Lower healing is never better for Farina. Higher healing always better for Farina. The higher healing you have, the more damage bonus you get. To be clear, you don't need more than just overcapping. If you're overcapping healing, that's all you need. Right? So, anyways. Germany streamer's not so good. She says she plays for the stream to lane. What? What are you talking about, Jaburi? I have no idea what Jaburi is talking about. I don't know what character they're referring to. Alright, so... most of the time, we're probably not going to... You know what, well... Yeah, we will... Let's... Yeah, let's test the official variation first. Not on this side. So official, what? Official and MD, and then what we're going to test after we see how this goes, right? We will test, and this first chamber is not great for either side for this team, by the way. So, oh well, it's fine. We'll at least like see stuff in the first way. Yeah, this is not a very AoE abyss. So, and Sethos does shine a little bit stronger for his AoE output. That's part of the problem, by the way, is like Emily is single target, Fischl's single target, and like Sethos is doing AoE things. So like, we're not able to get AoE Dendra application. It's a problem that like Kuki or Kirara has with Sethos too, to an extent. But Kirara does have some AoE Dendra application potential, right? So. Yeah, no, we're testing overburn things. So I'm gonna do stuff with Sethos here. Overburn. Not just overburn. A quick burn. Quick overburn. We're doing overloads. We're doing burning, and we're doing the goal is to do overloads, burning, and like aggravates, right? What I think we're going to see is that we're not going to have very good aggravate uptime. Essentially, we're not going to have good quicken uptime. So it's basically just going to be overload instead. And if we're just doing overload, then plop. But anyways, not that that's a 1-to-1. Obviously, Emily is doing her own damage, but we want this to function like it did in my in my Sino video, right? And I'm going to be testing different Electro on-fielders with this. This team specifically, I think I will test with Toma and Dia, because it's possible that part of the reason Dia hasn't felt good in this team in the past is because of how. Well, no, Toma's going to feel bad with Sethos actually, so it doesn't even work. So I guess we don't really need to do because of charge attacks not triggering Toma's thing. I don't want to have to manually weave in charge attacks or normal attacks to trigger Toma. That'd be awful. So never mind. Yeah, first team we're just gonna do a team that can wipe through things. Razor aggravate. I would. Razor is actually is one of the units I think is maybe most compelling to do. Like Razor, Emily, because what you can do, you don't even need off-field pyro necessarily with Razor, right? Because you can do C6 Bennett infusion. So you could do Razor, Emily, Bennett, and I don't know who you do for the last slot. Either a second Dendro or a second Electro, probably. Probably official, ideally, as long as she doesn't screw up with the burning uptime too much. But yeah, I would like to do that. Maybe we can test it to see if it functions, but obviously we can't test the damage output. Eventually I'll get Razor leveled up. Eventually I'll get Toma leveled up. Eventually I'll get Rosario leveled up. This is why I'm resin refreshing, so I can get to the point of being able to be more free to do that sooner. So, anyways, don't resin refresh is bad, but like I'm doing it for content because I want to be able to test these kinds of things more. Razor's an interesting enough unit. I should have done him in the past, or I should have leveled him up in the past, but haven't because like he always just felt like, yeah, he can do cool things, but he like wasn't that specifically relevant. Oh, I did that wrong. But I also did that wrong, but whatever. How did I not get Hydro on you? Oh, okay. I did that bad. If I did that better, I could have cleared in 30 seconds, but it's not what we're testing today. Just had the realization that Saluna on Polems only would most likely use C6 Raiden as a Hyper Bloom bot. I haven't used Raiden as a Hyper Bloom bot in Polems only for a while, but it was Chevrolet and Hybrid Raiden that did that. But like Hybrid Raiden is not a Hyper Bloom bot. Hybrid Raiden is, she can still get good transformed reaction damage, like, you know, Hyper Blooms, and still get good talent damage, right? So, but yeah, I haven't done pure Hyper Bloom Raiden in quite a while. Only reason I have is just to test things and compare things, but I have much preferred leaving Raiden on a build that lets her get some meaningful amount of burst damage. We will use burst here. Yeah, trigger it. Oh, okay, we had quicken going there. Maybe just something with maybe the grass was just screwing us up in a little well, but okay, I should have positioned Dia better there, by the way. That was bad. Can I stop getting interrupted by the stupid bro? Okay, trigger quicken, we have aggravate. Okay. I mean, that worked. This dude's obviously gonna F with things, but oh well. That's fine. Oh yeah, this team doesn't have a healer. That is, oh yeah, that was actually, no, I'm remembering what happened when I tested this in the past. That was the problem, not having a healer. We can trigger more official A4s by doing burst mode, but Or official C6 proc specifically, not official A force. Oh wait, Dia's on a DPS build. I forgot. I could have changed Dia to a buffing build, but I can just do this. Not insane damage, but it's perfectly acceptable. She is very good at tanking things. I should have made sure I had official going before I did that too, but whatever. Do it. Alright, yeah, that dude was obviously a little bit of a slog to get through, but it's fine. That was, in my opinion, an acceptable clear time, considering how annoying that thing was. Wow, our buffs are garbage. Why in the world did you target that one? Oh, really? God, freaking dang it, wasted all that energy. Wouldn't clam set on Dia heal the team? No. Clam set doesn't heal the team. Clam set just does damage based on healing. Alright, match this. Probably should have. Can we? No, we'll just do this. Yeah, okay. I mean, we triggered. Okay. Well, he is a butthole. You know, we're gonna retry that. I feel like I can do that a little bit better. I think I pushed him outside of the range, and well, no, we didn't lose the Dia damage, or we didn't lose the Emily damage. So maybe it didn't matter. I don't know. I feel like I can kill him in one rotation. That's all I'm saying. By doing things a little bit better. Maybe should have waited on field to catch those, but. Butthole. Didn't crit, no one hit. How much investment your Arlecchino? I mean, she's on Homa. She does have C1 because I got lucky. Didn't even really try for it. And a very, very good Gladiator build, but it's not a Whimsy build. But it's a good enough Gladiator build that it's like very much competing with very good Whimsy builds, because Whimsy is not that good of an artifact set. Alright, do that. This. Try to save one of these. Yeah, Sethos' damage is just so much lower here compared to what it can get in other teams. It just feels so much more underwhelming. Okay, I think I have to use Emily Burst to be able to kill him in one rotation. Please? Oh my god, really? But it's also like, he is still triggering like additional overloads, right? That he wouldn't be triggering in like the Kirara, Kazuha official variation, right? So it's not like he's necessarily doing that much less actual damage. It just looks like he's definitely doing a lot less. Right? I don't know. Oh god. Okay, I forgot. No healer. Just trying to switch officially. That was a little bit stupid. That. Oh, you. Okay, guess what? Magu is annoying. We know this. I forgot. I'm gonna have to play well here. By letting him die. I let Emily die too. Okay. Yep. All right. I forgot. We're gonna have to be good. We're going to have to be good. I think. Yeah. I am immediately recalling what the true problem with this team was. And I think without Fischl though. Yeah. What I'm remembering is without Fischl, you struggle to keep up aggravate uptime. And with Baiju, right, you can live, which is nice. But I guess we could test Kooky instead, but man, the team's damage. I was yapping and not paying attention. I didn't realize I was taking that much damage from it. With Kooky instead, right? We're just like either Kooky or Baiju, right? We're losing so much damage by not having official. So like, I don't know, right? I just feel like it's not as viable in the same way as Sino is in the same. What? How do you not? But I don't know. Did I trigger fab? I think I did. Right. Oh, you freaking got rid of the Hydro on you by putting Dendro on yourself. Alright. Alright, do this, do this, do this. What am I doing? I'm going over here to force him to move in a different direction. Oh, or that direction.
Midnight, fantastic. This will brighten up the place.
I put that in the wrong freaking direction, but alright. There we go. Alright. Come on. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like we're definitely getting consistent aggravate uptime here, which is good. I forgot you can't tank with that. Obviously consistent aggravate uptime, good. Ow. Ow, ow, ow.
Excuse me?
He's gonna teleport. Yep. Ow, ow. Frack me! I swear to you, I tried to dodge, but I obviously failed. That was fine until it wasn't. Oh well, it's kinky. Is Magu kinky? We're gonna have to just get good, honestly, in this situation. So I don't know. I don't know if there's an ideal middle ground to find. We can try maybe using Kooky instead. But that's the interesting thing with Sino, right? Is like the balance. The balance feels perfectly fine with Sino and Toma, right? Like Toma wouldn't work for Sethos. How'd you heal there? Heal with who? With Dia? Dia heals herself. That's how her tanking works. She tanks damage, and then once you get below a certain threshold of damage, she heals herself. That's why like using Dia to survive on the team, you can use her, but you need to like purposely try to tank damage with her, like sometimes by like switching to her at the right time to eat some damage. That's something that people I think don't understand about Dia, but you know. You know what? We're just gonna do this. Yeah, there we go. We're just gonna have to recast, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to recast this anyways, it's fine. Alright, do that. We'll save her burst. Don't wait. Nice. Alright, you gonna teleport? Yes, you are. Nice. Okay, fine. Do this. I probably shouldn't have done double E there, or whatever. So, see, tank on Dia here, right? Of course, you went out of range of our thing, but that's fine. Oh well. We are just going to do. Sethos is very not tanky. He has low base HP and low base defense. Like some of the lowest in the game. Like it's one of those things. Like, why did they make it so he can't move while? Like, it doesn't really matter that much that he can't move, in my opinion, while charge attacking. But like, you already gave him low base stats. He's already not tanky. It's not like you needed that to make him balanced. Yeah, that was just a mistake. That's all it was. I can do it. I'm just being bad. Yeah, for it being as fragile as it is, I don't think there's like enough upside ultimately versus like the normal Sethos team. Yeah, C0 Dia is dual scaling. She is slightly more attack scaling at C0. At C1, she's basically both. But like you put an ER timepiece on her anyways, it doesn't matter. And like attack and HP stats are good on her, and you know you probably put her on an ER timepiece most of the time. If you're doing mono pyro Dia though, then like technically attack timepiece at C0, but HP timepiece it's not like in the world. She's not going to do insane levels of carry damage regardless, right? So, is it worth being concerned too much about? Yeah, we are getting consistent aggravates here, but if a second Electro is necessary for that, then it's not ideal. Interesting that I didn't get my first fight that time. How exciting. One, a two, a three. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I should have taken that on Dia. Oh, you're not going to teleport this time? Okay, let's do this then, I guess. We don't have to... There we go. This, that, that's fine. Oh, I forgot you blocked. That's fine, just tank this. You went out of range! Bro, this dude teleports in the perfect amount of range away from Emily every time. It's so annoying. Oh gosh. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. Well, I must admit that probably would have gone much better with a normal aggravate Sethos, I do think. Because like as he teleported, we would, which is partly again, it's just that problem like he goes out of range from Emily's skill too. Wasn't like horrifyingly bad or anything, but yeah. Anyways, considering how strong the team we're using on the first side is, right? Like, it would have been very hard to clear with a team on the first side that clears more towards, you know, the minute-and-a-half mark. But to be clear, I do think this is an easier Abyss. It's definitely not that hard to clear in 30 seconds to a minute on an invested account on the first half. But, you know, still. Point is that I don't think that was that good, even though we can full clear. Yeah, should not have tried to face tank that. Candace's Hydro application with Candace's Hydro application with C6 for Arlecchino is enough to keep up her ability to bait, and she buffs as much as Yelan at a baseline, and can buff more, in my opinion, by being more compelling unit for instructors holding. We will use her burst here just to live slightly more. Wasting a meaningful amount of damage uptime by not having extra energy on Candace, but oh well. Oh well. Only team I have is Ayaka Freeze. Am I cooked? Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah, that's yep. Yep. Ayaka Freeze has been kind of cooked for a while. Mahoyo has decided they hate Cryo, quite frankly. Not that it's impossible to use them, but Freeze in particular It seems like Mihoyo has been like, no.
Here's some space. Behind you.
Right, when we're triggering overloads with the 3 shots, right, and aggravates, it's not bad.
Where you heading?
When we're doing just one or the other in this team, it's pretty bad compared to the other teams, right? First half has his own damage.
Viability neutralized. Let's get it on.
Excuse me.
Right. It's weird. It's really weird. It's interesting. It's definitely nowhere near as compelling, I think, as Sethos is doing the same. Or Sethos is nowhere near as compelling as Sethos. And again, we're using like Hunter's Path, which is a little bit better than Slingshot, not that much.
The sun sets.
I didn't expect that. I could have been prepared for that. I just didn't expect it. He got me. Like kudos to that robot, honestly.
Teamwork is tricky.
God dang it! I thought I had time to absorb and dodge that. That was my bad. I could just burst right away on like, I recognize this. Solution. Crazy.
Everybody stand.
Wind strike.
Good work. We shall.
ER situation on Candidace is not ideal. That's the biggest downside of doing Candidace with Electro, is ER needs. Let's not forget to live. Just gonna not bother. Just that please.
The hearth.
Bromix the ground lava. I'm just struggling with living today. Quite frankly, I just think this is a skill issue. Like, absolutely. Oops. I know these things exist. I could probably fix Candace a little bit by doing a skill on her before I do Arlecchino EQE. I wasn't burning damage to kill Arlecchino, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he, well, I guess you can say it's burning damage, but I'm pretty sure he, puts something on the ground that makes you take damage. Doot.
Where you heading? Excuse me.
Okay.
This will brighten up the place.
Okay, bye. Apparently my official does not have enough energy. Oh wait, no, the reason we're not getting enough energy here is because official A4 doesn't work. Oh, Mihoyo. I forgot about that.
As you wish, made for life.
So stupid. Oh, okay. Didn't realize. For some reason, I wasn't paying enough attention to the health. Okay. Do this. Do this. Screw it. Do this. Alright. Get over here. Whatever. We don't need no official. Who needs official? Not me. Ma'am. I thought that, well, okay. Slightly unsatisfying, and it works, but it's very fragile. It's very fragile. I think it's worth it to get Zion, even though the only non-Dendro DPS on my account is Kuching. Yeah, I mean, she's not going to do much for Dendro DPSing, but you might appreciate having her in the future, but I don't know. It depends. Do you just really like playing the existing teams you have and don't really care that much about units that could be relevant for other teams in the future? Yeah. So yeah, like, Yeah, 700. He has a 560 base defense, right? With 148 extra defense that I have in other random stats. Yeah, def percent roll there. A little bit of flat def there. A little bit of def percent there. 700 flat def is not much. And his HP obviously is his base HP is 9,700. For comparison, you know, Dia, 15,000. She has one of the highest base HPs in the game. 15,675. So, just a little bit different as far as like the base tanking ability goes. You know. Anyways, he's squishy. That's for dang sure. So it wasn't dysfunctional, obviously there, right? But the problem was you generally speaking would want a more survivable option for a team, and I would say generally like Kirara, Kazuha, Official, Sethos, which is also relatively fragile. Like it's not ideal, I would say, but that generally feels better. Like the survivability is honestly pretty similar when you're properly using Dia. It's just you have to actually think more about how you're using Dia, like by purposely tanking damage on her by switching to her at the right times. And that could be bad for some people because like ping problems, and there's a freaking ping check for this game for some godforsaken reason when you switch characters. But the more notable thing is just like official Kazuha Sethos, right, is hey, the big buffing aggravate damage, right? Like I see like 60k on Slingshot with official Sethos, Kazuha, Kirara, right? And because that's Kirara with Key of Conscious Suit, which is buffing my EM a meaningful amount, and so it's like it's a factor. But like that, I'd say is generally more enjoyable if I'm going to play a fragile variant of a Sethos team. At least in this current Abyss, we need to keep that in mind too. There are some situations where maybe Emily will shine more, or this team will shine more. Actually, like an example would be, well, ignoring the Pyro Gunner. It's possible to get the Pyro Gunner killed before he generates a shield, right? But like obviously, Pyro is very valuable to have in Chamber 1 to deal with the Cryo Dude shield, right? So, in that vein, right, that you could say there is situational upside to it. So for the sake of comparison, we're gonna do now, instead of like a full run through, we're gonna do some comparing of different teams, but we're gonna just use like the first few enemies of this first chamber. Well, actually, okay, it's gonna be a little bit hard because Emily's gonna wreck them. Okay, what we'll do is we'll use the first few enemies and then we'll use the Cryo Gunner. We're just not gonna care about the Pyro Gunner. He's just gonna shoot and be annoying. But I don't want to have to redo the first chamber constantly to test in the second half is why. That's the only reason. So well, I guess for control we need to use the same team again because it's a different side than what we just completed. So do that. So they just start adding trash mobs before bosses now. Seems like that's what they want to do, yeah. Which honestly, I think it's fine. I think it's an enjoyable way. As far as increasing the difficulty goes, I think it's a relatively minor difficulty increase. Like bosses for a long time have been the easiest aspect of Abyss, and making the easiest aspect of Abyss slightly harder is fine. I really wish they would not have stupid shit like, you know, waiting 10 seconds for Magu Kenki to get up. It's bad enough that you have to do that when he's not spawning after another enemy, when he is the only enemy. But like stop doing that shit, Mihoyo. But like, yeah, bosses go down quick enough. It's like I enjoy it because it gives. It's meaningfully more fun, in my opinion, to think about teams as they adapt to new waves of enemy spawning. And it's like it's one of those things I mentioned in the Sino video. What Emily is really valuable for. So I don't know, like making Nahida worse is not necessarily a bad thing. Is kind of my point. I think it makes Abyss more enjoyable for me. Is honestly what I would say. But you know, I could see why some people would disagree. I think that's a matter of preference. I don't think it's a super big difficulty increase though. But it is a difficulty increase.
Excuse me.
Okay, you need to poop Dendro on this piece. Ow. There we go, we're fine.
Russian floral.
It's fine.
This is space. It was all.
Oops. I forgot. The pyro gunner shot me while I wasn't paying attention to the pyro gunner. But you know, we'll do it one more time. You don't even need to. We're not gonna full clear because I don't want to deal with the pyro gunner. But just again to get a point of comparison, see like the differences in like survivability and damage going on is basically what we're looking at here. Oh, this dude's still alive. Hello. We didn't even let him get a shield. You proc. Yeah, there we go. God, we're almost dead again. Freaking this pyro gunner, man. Yep. Fragile. The pyro gunner is actually like, more problematic for this team because again, like it's a bit harder to see him like compared to like Magu Kenki, right? Where like Magu Kenki is very easy to just like okay, a big damage hit that has a good telegraph is coming in. I can switch to Dia to tank that damage, right? I genuinely think this was one of their intended use cases for Dia is doing that kind of thing. She becomes much more able to solo sustain the team than you would think. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. She becomes much more able to solo sustain the team than you would think when you're able to use her like that. But of course, against someone like that dude, especially when he's standing behind the cryo gunner, I couldn't see when he was shooting. But even when you can see him, it's hard to like properly be like, oh no, I need to like tank this damage. And also, there's a lot of teams that don't obviously let you just freely switch to Dia to be able to tank damage. But this is a team that does let you do that, right? Pretty much, because like Sethos doesn't need to stay on field for 80 seconds straight. He can do his damage. He can do his damage, switch to someone else, right? It's relatively freeform. So, anyways, but that dude is still a problem because you can't. It's really hard to tell. Oh, I need to do that to get her to tank, and instead you're just relying on Sethos' base stats letting him tank, as well as Dia's passive eating some of the damage, but it's obviously still not enough. With that dude doing 3 big shots in very short duration to each other. So, point being, let's test some more survivable variation of the team. So our options are, let's do Kuki first, I think. Well, okay, actually, first let's do Baiju. Baiju. Alternative to Baiju, which would actually be the most interesting one, is Nahida and Prototype Amber, because that would be an additional form of because Baiju is going to be nice for surviving, but won't do shit as far as damage. But Nahida and Prototype Amber plus Dia's tanking might be more than enough, right? But yeah, we're losing Fischl, which is not ideal. Nahida's extra Dendro, I think, might make it so we should still see consistent aggravates, right? Hopefully. We'll see. No. That. Also, I have C2 Nahida, which is going to meaningfully increase the damage I see from Sethos. That's why we're seeing 30Ks.
I see everything.
Let's do this. You go get off. There we go.
Excuse me.
The Dia bursted, I guess. When I think about it, but whatever. I'm gonna do this. Do this. 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 Oh.
Excuse me.
That felt pretty decent. Obviously, I died from this, but I knew I was going to die to that. I didn't even try to leave it. I was just trying to kill a dude. Let's try it again though. It's doing pretty decent. And I definitely felt the Nahida prototype Ember there. I should have set up Emily before doing that. Would have been dealing damage while the animation was happening, but whatever. Right. We're gonna have a little bit less aggravate uptime, but I don't know. It's feeling disproportionately strong compared to the official team, I think, because of Nahida C2 right now. Which is unfortunate. I would definitely turn it off to test Nahida C0 if I could. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty decent. And like, you can see how much Sethos goes up, right? So he was very much in the red, and now he is in the green, right? So like, or like obviously it's still a more fragile team, but when you are able to actually dodge enemies, then like play around the things actually going on a little bit in conjunction with Dia's tanking, I have definitely found Dia Nahida to be a compelling survivable combo with Nahida on prototype Ember R5 at least. So yeah. This team feels meaningfully more survivable to me, but still has very good damage output. So this might be the main team variation that makes this work for Sethos, is what I would say. This and then well, we didn't trigger that time on that dude, but it still was fine. I don't know. It's interesting, right? Oh, I let Nahida die. That was my bad. Official burst is aggravate damage, so is more. Burst level 9 is fine. What? You can play Electro, Damage Dealer, Official, Hydro, Outfielder, or maybe Cosmore Gene. Yes, Gene is an option as a survivability unit. The problem is, in what reality do you think I'm swirling Electro on this team? Like, no. If you're doing, quite frankly, if you're doing Emily and Pyro, you're not really swirling elements. This is one of the contexts, like Xylonin would be an upgrade here. Like I do think Xylonin would be one of the best last slot units for this team as far as seeing satisfying Sethos damage, at least. Is it going to be objectively better as far as damage output compared to Nahida? Not necessarily, or Official, because, you know, swapping a damage dealer for a healer that is buffing one unit more is not necessarily going to be more damage, but it might be more comfortable in conjunction with being more damage. But like, yeah, Kazuha or Jean don't provide zero value here because they can do their swirls and they can whatever, and Jean can heal. But like, it's not like I'm not gonna bother testing an animal unit is my point. There's not really anything that meaningfully valuable for doing this. I don't know. We could do Sucrose on prototype Amber, I guess, and like the EM buff would buff Sethos a little bit, but it's just going to be worse than Nahida, right? It was applying extra Dendro that can, like, the more Dendro I can have, if there's enough Dendro ore on enemies, that should make it easier to keep up Quicken when Sethos is solo Electro, right? Is the idea. So, anyways, do Emily yet. Yeah, Nahida's EM buff and Nahida C2 are doing a lot. so this team feels meaningfully better. I just face tanked that with Nahida. You know? What's wrong with you, brain? Yeah, VV wouldn't be doing shit here. You can't swirl Electro on this team if you swap Nahida for an enemy unit. We'd be buffing Pyro damage, which, okay, to be clear, buffing Dia could be fun and not technically valueless, to be clear, but it's just not probably what most people would lean towards. Yeah, this is definitely I like this one a lot more. I do like this one a lot more. It just
Everyone hold
I don't know. I really wish I could turn off C2 Nahida. There's like she died again. why am I so bad? I keep dying the same way tonight with Nahida. I wish I could turn off C2 Nahida because it's really hard to evaluate this compared to Fischl with C2 Nahida as far as the damage output goes. So, is C2 Nahida a regret constellation because of how, because of how much when I have Electro on a team, she warps the team's damage. Like the notable thing here with Nahida C2 is once I have Quicken going on an enemy, she's also significantly buffing Emily's damage, right? She buffs not just your Electro damage, not just your Dendro damage dealer. She's not just buffing herself. She's not just buffing Sethos. She's buffing Emily too. And not because she's Dendro, but just because she's dealing damage to an enemy that has its defense reduced because it has Quicken going. When C2 Nahida is used without Electro, it doesn't really do that much, right? But like it's really hard to evaluate teams like this one compared to other teams with C2 Nahida. At the same time, it's like still valuable for this. Like it's valuable for making Sethos stronger. Like that's I think still like getting C2 Nahida to make weaker units stronger is still one of the most compelling reasons to get it. But it makes like trying to objectively compare things really hard. And I really wish I could just turn it off to test things.
Make yourselves at home.
It's not, and like I could do calcs and see, okay, what can I do with Sethos' build to power down Sethos in order to get a proper estimation for this, right? Like there's a way to power down Sethos and power down Emily to account for the defense reduction. But it's still kind of weird, especially in this team, because like think about how like the defense shred is not up permanently, right? Because we just trigger Quicken, now the defense shred is up. The defense shred was not up before that, right? So it's like it's really weird to like figure out, oh, where's the actual line to draw that would let me power it down, and it would just take too much calculation, too much estimation. Like it's just like too contextual and like like it's basically not possible to properly like turn off Nahida C2 by powering down units, because it gives the buff it gives is in a way that just makes it impossible. It's not like Xylon and C2, where Xylon and C2 is simple, right? Or if I have Xylon and C2, all I need to do it like for a Geo unit is not use a Geo Goblet, because I'm getting 50% Geo damage bonus, or technically damage bonus, but I'm getting 50% damage bonus for my Geo units with Xylon and C2. Just remove the Goblet. It's close enough that it's the same thing, right? Like just use a non-Geo Goblet kind of thing. So yeah. Xylon I don't think is the same thing. Like to be clear, Xylon will be annoying, but it won't be that hard, right? Like I just have to have different artifacts that I switch between, and it's very easy to know what stats Xylon and C2 is giving, because it's just giving us specific stats to specific elements of characters. The only part of Xylon and C2 that I won't be able to turn off is the Electro aspect, right? That will have an effect. But that's also the reason I want Xylon and C2 is to mess with that, so I'm not, you know, I don't think I'll regret that. It's Shilonen, by the way. I don't care right now, quite frankly. I will get used to it once I actually see her spoken in game. My brain will rewire itself. You know who I mean. It doesn't freaking matter. I will. My brain will correct itself eventually after I actually hear it said in game.
Check it out. Early bird gets the worm.
So yeah. Anyways, like it's fun having Sethos do this much damage in this team, but it does feel like, you know, he's probably getting 20%, like he's getting like what, 45k aggravates. He'd probably be getting, if I had to estimate, right? And again, this like, but it's not like every hit of his is doing an aggravate, so it's weird. But an aggravate, that's well, I don't know. We'll just say it's like a 20% DPS upgrade, right? So we're saying, we'll say like a instead of 46k, we'd be seeing 38,000 damage, right? Like still meaningfully higher damage on Sethos himself compared to Fischl, and that's compelling, right? But then again, there's like the Emily doing more damage potentially when Quicken is going, and there is Nahida herself doing a bit more damage, although my Nahida damage itself is not very high, high as it could be, because I just haven't ever really cared that much. She doesn't deal no damage, that's for dang sure. She can do meaningful damage, even on the build I have. She's full EM on Prototype Amber. Still has, you know, some crit stats, so she does damage, but not as much as she theoretically could. So I don't know. It's weird. I suspect this is going to be the most compelling way to do burning, over burn, quick burn, Sino, whatever you want to call it, right? And I think it would feel pretty similar without C2 Nahida, but, you know, oh my god, can I stop getting smacked? I think it would, you know, like we got like a 45, it took us like I think 45 seconds to kill the cryo gunner in that one instance. Why is, really, Dia just triggered on this dude from a distance, because the Emily's lamp was targeting this dude for some reason. That's annoying. Weird things that cause variance in run completion. Yeah, in like that 45-second clear, I suspect without Nahida C2, we're probably talking more like a 55-second clear to kill the cryo gunner, and we were about a minute clear with Fischl, right? I think, and it might be slightly faster than that without C2 Nahida, right? It might be more like 50 seconds versus a minute. My point is, I'm pretty sure with C2 Nahida, it's without C2 Nahida, it's relatively close damage performance to the Fischl variation, but for overall team DPS output, but it's more survivable because Catalyst unit that can hold Prototype Amber and also provide higher aggravate uptime. So we might try that team in the second half full way through. Let's try Kuki though as an alternative as well. I can tell you the Baiju like doesn't really make sense. I've tried it before, it just doesn't feel good. Overload Sethos a good team idea, or just coping? I mean, that's kind of partly what we're testing here. But if you're talking like Chevrus Sethos, no, you can do it. Like do Sethos, Chevrus. I don't know if you use Bennett or not. I am not sure if you use Bennett or not, actually. But yeah, do Sethos, Chevrus, Xiangling for sure. You need some. You want a meaningful amount of off-field power going on. And in a Chevrus team, that is Xiangling. That is Xiangling. It is how it is. I'm not sure if Fischl or if Bennett would be better. Like, I don't know how much value Bennett would actually provide. Fischl might just be better there, in many ways. So, I don't know. Yeah, Chevrus, Xiangling, Sethos, and then either Fischl or Bennett. Bennett might feel better for like healing utility, to be fair. So, I don't know.
This'll brighten up the place.
Give me space. My blade. Excuse me.
You know, it should already be obvious how much, you know, weaker this team is than with Nahida.
A little ambiance. Terrified.
Okay, well, I should have waited to do that, but I'm gonna do this to get rid of shield. Okay.
Give me some space. Way ahead.
I think I like it more than the official version, actually. I didn't expect that, to be honest.
On you.
I don't know. It actually works pretty well.
Not giving up.
I don't think that was an optimal clear. We'll do it one more time, at least. But I don't know. I don't know if this team reaches
Let's get
like
down to business.
Neutralize.
the most compelling DPS thresholds required.
Excuse me.
Fairly awking, but you know, maybe not. That works, I guess.
Way ahead.
Stand with me.
You do your thing. I'm waiting until he does cryo. Do cryo. Do your shield butthole. Alright, there we go. Do that. Do this.
Let's get it on. Hi. This will brighten up the place.
Here's your space.
I don't know why I'm dashing.
Excuse me.
I think I'm just, you know what? I'm dashing to dodge the dude's bullets. It's the intention. I do think it's a little bit of habit of just like trying to avoid damage a little bit to some degree. Could definitely be a bad habit.
Behind you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a lot weaker than with C2 Nahida. And it's probably meaningfully weaker than with a C0 Nahida. And I think it's definitely meaningfully weaker than the official variation was. But at the same time, it's more comfortable, right? And I think Baiju would feel similar in some ways. I think just worse, though. I think Kuki would be better than Baiju here. So yeah, I think that's my verdict with Sethos. Do you guys want to see Sethos, the Nahida variant? Like, I think my conclusion is that Sethos, Emily, and then either no, it basically has to be Dia. I think Sethos, Emily, Dia. I think primarily really only works with Nahida. That's my vibe right now. Because Nahida can help keep up Quicken by just applying enough extra Dendro that it makes it easier to that in the of Sethos' Electro application. Notably, like the important thing would be trying to make sure we trigger Quicken when we activate his skill. Because we don't need his skill to do meaningful damage. We just need it to activate Quicken, so that the rest of his attacks do aggravates, right? And Nahida can help with that. That's what I kind of seemed like I was noticing there. I'm pretty sure. And Fischl can do the kind of the same thing, but it's Fischl's own Electro that's activating the Quicken first rather than Sethos. But of course, Nahida can be a healer with Prototype Ember. So Nahida, Prototype Ember, plus Dia's tanking, and it's pretty good. And again, without C2 Nahida, it's just going to be worse. But I don't think it's so much worse that it's unusable. Is this better than like doing, you know, the just normal aggravate things, or doing like Farina, Baiju, Quick Bloom with Fischl? I don't know, but like it feels like a weird variant of like instead of Fischl, we're using burning Fischl, right? Like we're using Emily as burning Fischl instead of Fischl, and then we trigger a bunch of electro reactions to get the most out of Fischl. I don't know. It's weird. Like I don't think it's that much worse, but it's obviously not super flexible as far as team options is what I would say for Sethos specifically. But it does work. Does Sethos work for Chev? I mean, we can do a Chev run if you want to see Chev, sure. And do what I mentioned before and to Chivrus. We do Yai instead, actually. You know what? We're gonna throw Yai in instead, because my Yai in this situation should be stronger than Fischl. And where the lady? Where the lady? Where are you, lady? I know you're here somewhere. You're hiding. There she is. Okay. Anyone say no? I can't try plunge Hutao. No, I don't have Hutao. So, anyways, all right, 2. This start overload. Do that. This. That.
Right now. Right here.
Oh, I should have tried doing it. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna just try to brute force through this. We'll see what happens. Blam. This.
I'm
This.
always watching. Emerge. Right now.
Oh my god! I didn't. I didn't know that dude could just jump across the. That was intimidating. I'll be honest. Okay, I don't think this. Arlecchino can definitely pretty easily brute force through that dude. You know what? I want to try this team on the second half. We're gonna try it the full way through. I haven't done Chivalrous Sethos, so you know, I think it's interesting. And then we'll just Arlecchino Bennett Kosovo canvas it up. Sethos with Shev. True question is work Sethos with Xiongling. I mean, it's the like, quite frankly, like in my opinion right now, it's more the case of just any Electro on fielder with Chivalrous wants Xiongling. Really, if you don't have off-field pyro going on, you're not gonna get. You're gonna struggle actually to keep up Chivalrous's passive, the red shred. You need to trigger overload on enemies to get the red shred going, and yeah, you can do other forms of off-field pyro like Dia or Toma, but it's just not. It's going to keep up the passive buff, but they're not going to deal damage. And like, if you need the survivability, that can be a reason to use them, to be clear. But it's a very significant DPS downgrade. Very significant DPS downgrade. So, you know.
Lucky day.
Alright. I have to make sure I picked up the particle this time to help. I think that's part of the reason I'm having problems on my Candace. Is I keep on picking up the particles on Candace by swapping. Or on Arlecchino by swapping too early. How fast was that? Was that a 30-second? The fastest I've gotten so far against those dudes with that team is 31 seconds. All right. Sethos does not get crazy damage in this, but he also like can do like meaningful enough application. Like, I don't know, it's interesting.
Eternal oasis.
Right now, emerge. Right here.
No, I didn't funnel any energy to Xiongling. Whatever. And I'll be honest, I think it's vastly just
The eternal oasis at long last.
the strengths of the other units most likely on this team.
Emerge right now.
You know. Did I get my skull? No, I didn't. What?
Right here.
Okay.
Emerge right here. Stop right there.
Yeah, I think it works. But, you know, this is better than Raiden, Chlorand. What am I doing?
One with nature.
Dang it.
We shall prevail.
Oh, okay. Just not gonna. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, Sethos does not have very high, like, personal attack multipliers. Like, he's definitely not made to do meaningful damage without aggravating, for sure.
right now. Emerge. Final warning.
Aw, frick. Aw, frick me. No, I'm gonna restart. We didn't get the attack buff. Because I derped.
Everybody stand.
Only need to do one Shivers Burst, but it is best there to start with it.
We shall prevail.
At least I got some of the particles.
Overrule.
Yeah.
Going in. Wind strike.
Oh, god dang it.
Just for a greater
Well, whatever. Don't know you, but get your Dendro out of here. No, that was rude. No, let's start looking into a C1.
Right now. Right here. Right now. Hands right and seal. You're toast. At the right.
Excuse me?
And we're still doing 25k, right? It's not nothing.
Give me some space.
I don't know how Bennett would be with him, but
Emerge.
realistically, I think it is better to just have Yai's damage versus Bennett buffing him.
Nice
Is
and
my
tight.
suspicion.
Right here. Right now. Emerge. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons.
Way ahead.
He's already, yeah, okay.
Stand down.
It's fine.
Give me some space.
God, freaking bro.
Hands right and seal. Fight. Right now. Emerge. Right here.
Kinky. Oh, kinky.
Way ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sun sets.
You know, I mean, okay, Shivers is enough to keep him alive, but if he just face tanks 3 big Magu Kinky hits, he's still not tanky. Oh boy. Put instructor set on Shev to improve Sethos damage. I'm pretty sure the set I have on her is improving her as much, if not more. Like, instructors is not gonna do, like, instructors is not gonna do that much. In that team. Like, it might improve the damage we see from Sethos a little bit, but, well, no, I don't know. Song of Days Past is still pretty dang good for, like, the damage number we're seeing. Like, I don't even actually think his damage would go up meaningfully. Like, you're basically replacing a small flat increase in his damage with another small flat increase in his damage, but that has worse uptime. And, like, you have to think about how it gets used. You stop doing your Dendro variation, bro. I love chicken RNG. RNG's so fun. Yes, Candace C6 is needed for Arlecchino.
Right now. Emerge. Right here. You asked for it. Eat this. Nice and spicy.
Excuse me?
You know what's interesting actually in this team? Walk canceling might be with Sethos burst. So I'll try to use Sethos burst more here. Okay. Really? Die please. Thank you.
Emerge. Right here.
Sethos should be a little bit less. Oh, a little bit less annoying to have to do walk cancels on because of the fact that when enemies are getting knocked back specifically, I should say. So that's not always. Right. Oh, frick me. God, Magu Kinky's so annoying with Xiangling for energy generation because, like, You put Guoba down, and then Guoba has Guoba problems, and you know we just don't get any energy. Stop it! Oh my god, no.
Right now.
He's also not tanky, but she's tankier than Sethos. I forgot to burst. Whatever.
Emerge.
I'll try. I'll try someday.
Drop your weapon.
Alright. I don't even have his burst. Okay, whatever. 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 You get the point. It wouldn't matter even against Magu Kinky, but against enemies that are getting knocked back, like the dude that spawns before him, him being knocked back means I can just continually do walk canceling, whereas like I have a problem when doing walk canceling when enemies are not being knocked back because you you have nowhere to walk to. But if you walk cancel, ideally that's not a problem. I'm just bad at walk canceling, right? So yeah.
Everybody stand up. Do your work. Right up
Bro does half of Arlegino's health, dude.
Teamwork is strength.
I really gotta get a little bit more energy on her, so I can smooth out that a little bit.
Right now, emerge.
This is annoying. Here, we'll do this, I guess. There we go.
I'm always watching. Right now, right here, right now.
Way ahead.
Oh, where are you going? Hello.
On you.
Alright, we're doing 37k there. Wait, no, that was probably Yai. Never mind. Well, was it? No, Yai's doing... Well, I don't know. I don't know. We might have lost some buff. There. Yeah. Guoba. Energy on Chong-Li. Yay. Still don't have energy on Chong-Li. Oh, I like using Chong-Li. I love how inconsistent she feels because of Guoba. I know people like Guoba, and quite frankly, Guoba is everything wrong with Chong-Li's kit.
The fun is over.
See, I told you it wasn't very tanky. I also didn't have healing going, which was not ideal. That I definitely could have resolved. But it's fine, we don't need Yai. We got Sethos. Oh, we were getting 37k from Sethos. 40k. That's more than I expected. You know, it's something. Oh my god, can I... Oh, I didn't have the skill back. Oh, frick. Finally! Jesus Christ. That took so long. Yeah, we're not triggering overloads consistently. Because I think of the limitation on how many overloads. Because I think overload can trigger... Oh no. No, it's not a limit on overloads triggering, so I don't know if it actually... I don't know. The point is we're not getting our skill back like after I do 3 shots. So some whatever happening. It's just like not enough higher application or the timing of the shots, whatever. Some limit is what we're running into. Failed. I mean, obviously I would have succeeded with the eye. It's fine. Yep. I don't know. It works technically. But basically it's probably like about as... It's probably like the similar experience to what you would have if you did like Kaching in an overload team, right? As your on-fielder there. Going to be meaningfully worse than like Raiden or Clorand as far as Electro on-fielders with Shivers go. So, anyways. Let's test Raiden And I do have this is hybrid red, so Sethos Scarlet Sands, EM main stat goblet, and timepiece on Scarlet Sands. I think I already said that. Emily. Dia. I think the result is gonna be exactly the same. It's interesting how on polearms only though, like I do think this is the case where like Toma, I believe Toma's, wait, does anyone know? Does Toma know, or does Toma know? Does anyone know if Toma burst, like his shield, do you generate new shields when you're doing normal attacks on Raiden? It depends if they coded Toma to trigger based on normal attack damage or normal attack animations. I think it does work. I think it like functions like Sing Cho Yalan. So it should work. Yeah, okay. So in this case, Toma might be better, right? A built Toma. And I suspect this would be very similar to Sino then. But I don't know. Sino's like timing for his application just like seems to work out in a way that just makes it perfect with Toma. So we'll see if this makes sense with Raiden here. But I think we run into the same exact problem as with Sethos ultimately. We're just going to be doing more damage. We're in like be like, okay, to keep up ideal quicken up time, we want to have a second Electro or more Dendro, right? Right. But I don't know. Let's see. We'll try official first. Again, this is gonna be not as survivable. So the same survivability issues with just Dia tanking. And again, Toma actually functioning here since we not doing charge attacks like we are with Sethos would probably be better. But we'll try official. We will try Baiju. We will try Nahida. Alright. And see how it be. Fish. You say the most important 4-stars to build? Singzhou, Bennett, Official, Xiangling.
This will brighten up the place. Inazuma shines eternal.
That was decent.
Illusion shattered. A little ambiance. Now you shall perish.
Yep. I should have just waited for him to get a shield up. Yeah.
This will brighten up the place. By royalty, there is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
I died before. Oh, I died from burning damage, I think, actually. I think I got shot by the gunner, and I died from burning damage. I also didn't have Dia up, so I wasn't tanking any damage. Yeah, as far as tankiness goes, this is like the same situation as Sethos, actually, as far as ability to survive with just Dia, but worse because of the fact that yeah, it's worse because of the fact that Raiden is less free with letting you just swap out at different times, right? There we go. Okay. That's better than what I did before. Also, I think a lot of times we're triggering Quicken on our burst activation, which is not ideal. Not the end of the world considering her burst multiplier, but it's still not bad. But again, this is hybrid Raiden, so like, least one more time, I think, and then we'll see how it is with not official. I think we are obviously going to run it the same as that situation of Nahida. Good. I don't think I hit anything with her burst. Good job. Go away. Why? There This is definitely not, like, the best I've ever seen Hybrid Raiden do. That's for dang sure. Also not terrible. It's interesting. It's very functional. Yeah. Like, Raiden being, right, Raiden has higher base stats, meaningfully, like, way higher base defense, quite a lot higher base HP. So, like, she's a bit tankier at a baseline. That makes things easier to do that kind of thing. But let's see, I don't know, like, Nahida's just going to be better, obviously, especially with C2, but I think just in general. We'll try Baiju here first to compare. Just like the worst case scenario of having extra Dendro for the purpose of better quick enough time, but just using him as a healer. He is gonna buff some reaction damage a little bit, right? No, I just have Emily's weapon. Well, okay, technically I have Emily's C1. It's still not activated. I haven't decided when, if ever, I am going to activate Emily's C1. I didn't put Dia out before I did that. What do we do? We can do his animation while he's doing... Are you gonna do the shield? Bro? We're just gonna be able to... Can we perma-stun this dude? I've never perma-stunned him. Oh, now you're gonna... Oh my god, bro. Oh. Okay. Rude.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first.
No, this is interesting. This is not as bad as I thought it'd be. Like that was like the same clear time. which tells me that official is either being really inconsistent in this situation, like we're just not. I don't know, we're certainly triggering Electro reactions. I guess it might be just like particularly this first wave doesn't I didn't Emily burst. Particularly this first wave doesn't get as much value out of official, maybe. That could be part of what we're seeing there.
Seems like an emergency.
Here. You just ran past me, didn't you? Oh, no, they just died. That's fine. Works too.
Illusion shattered. A little ambiance.
Taking a turn for the better.
Also doing double Dendro with doing double Dendro here with Emily and Raiden refunding energy, right? Makes it so like Emily doing a burst DPS playstyle on Emily should be more than doable without her weapon, right? Like yeah, this is just better. This is just better than official. That's interesting. I think it's good enough that I think it's worth one. This is worth mentioning at this point is what I'm feeling. Like Emily teams with the Hybrid Raiden I think are worth mentioning when I make the Hybrid Raiden video, which I was considering doing this week, or this actually today I was considering releasing a video for it, but it might be pushed to this coming weekend, I should say. I'll make it this week. I couldn't decide what I wanted to like say specifically in it. I don't want it to get too lost in the weeds. But yeah, that was interesting. Baiju actually felt like really good there. It was obviously very comfortable. he gave some interruption resistance, reduced Emily's ER needs, and then, you know, Emily reduces his ER needs too, notably, because he can be a little bit of a dip to build for solo Dendro. And the idea, by the way, should have been on a tenacity build here, or if Emily is on. Actually, no, that's something interesting. Baiju's on Deepwood in this team. Dia should be on tenacity, which would buff Raiden and Emily's damage a bit. And then Emily could be on Reverie, right? Is the damage optimized version of this team, which is not going on right now. So I don't know. That's kind of interesting. That was better than I expected. And obviously Nahida should just be meaningfully stronger here, though. Yeah, I don't want to change her build around. I'm not going to. Plus, it would invalidate the comparison since I never used tenacity before in the other teams either. But I wanted to mention it because it would be more optimal, right?
Fresh and floral. Now you shall perish.
Yup, it's a little bit better.
Illusion shattered.
Again, like it's really hard to like properly compare because C2 Nahida. Oh Mahoyo, will you ever allow me to remove my constellations? You just put a shield up. It's taking a lot of damage, so. Alright. Here and here you get to see Dia's tanking ability. Like she went to like a third health, but she'll be back. Alright. Oh, he's just dead. Alright. Yeah, you see, look at Dia. Alright. That's what I'm talking about with how she can tank. Like, yeah, get her low, and then we'll wait for her passive to trigger. Well, actually, her passive just triggered a little bit, but there we go. It took a second. Yeah, lady can tank a lot of health, right? So if you use her purposely and correctly, she's really interesting to use as a unit to keep you alive. Right.
Let's get down to business.
This'll brighten up the place. Clearly now. Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, I just hate that I can't test Nahida properly in this kind of thing. Can you do your shit? Yeah. There we go.
Shine down, torn to oblivion.
Yep. Obviously better. It's not crazily better though than Baiju. Like considering this is C2 Nahida, right? What we were clearing I think in like 50 seconds with Baiju, or 55. That was a 45 second, I think. Or no, that was 40 seconds. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, C2 Nahida is 30% Death Shred for this team, which is increasing Emily's damage too. And Dia's, technically. Let's do this.
This'll brighten up the place. Clearly now. There is no escape.
To the very
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Fresh and cool. Make yourself a move. Look alive.
Okay, weirdly enough, a big part of the variance that we're having is just like how properly I can... variance and clear times is how properly I can clear this dude's shield. So it's not like these have been perfect comparisons through and through, right? But, you know, interesting. Flam Arlecchino someone's talking about. No, that's actually a video concept I need to do at some point. Like... Oh, actually, wait, I just had a good idea for the title of it. Genshin, but I put all the characters on the wrong builds. I used the wrong... Or no, Genshin, but I used the wrong artifacts. On all characters, right? So I guarantee you it'll be very easy. with not like with the, you know, it's Sethos team, right? I don't want to use Sethos on a terrible build, but when you're using any of the more competent teams in the game and you're just putting a bunch of artifacts, like this another variation of it would just be using like rainbow sets, right? Like having no set bonus. It's the same idea, right? No set bonus, or, you know, completely wrong set, like Clam on Arlecchino and then Gladiators on Kokumi, right? And it will be fine. But yeah, I know you're talking about like Arlecchino triggering the Clam set for healing and whatever, which is just kind of funny. So yeah, I will probably make that video eventually, but we'll see. Can we get your shield going away? Please? Please? Why? Dia, can you stop proccing on this dude? It's because Emily keeps targeting him. Emily keeps targeting the friggin' Pyro Gunner, and then it keeps on proccing Dia's coordinate attack on the Pyro Gunner. That's why we keep on seeing that happen. Ah. I can probably mitigate that by trying to position where I Emily burst a little better. Where are you? Alright, go right here. And hopefully it will. Oh, look it. Look, okay, we're good. See? Perfect. We even got it before we even Nahida bursted this time. What a world. There we go. Yeah, 40 seconds. Okay, so we're getting 40-second clears with C2 Nahida, right? And I think we're getting 55 seconds with Baiju. And like Baiju is obviously a hecking lot more comfortable to play. And to be clear, you could do Yaoyo instead there as an alternative, right? Baiju is going to be stronger as far as damage output goes because he does a little bit of the Dendro reaction buffing. But I don't know, right? Like, considering we're comparing to C2 Nahida, especially, the Baiju team is surprisingly good. I expected the Baiju team to do worse. But let's test it again. I want to get a time comparison again. So we're comparing 40 seconds with C2 Nahida. All right. Does Emily's burst snapshot Bennett buff? I don't actually know, but like, yeah, I think it does. I guess it is technically a little bit relevant if it does. I feel like I tested that, but I don't remember for sure.
Seems like an emergency.
We're the big dude. Oh, well, I can tell you the clear times aren't going to be much better if I don't actually hit the dudes. You do have to hit the enemies to be able to deal damage to them. I know this is something you might not have known about Genshin, but it is true, believe it or not. Alright, can you do your... yeah, there we go. Alright, bam. Alright, let's do this. There we go. So I think we could have done that a little bit better even, right? So like, yeah, 55 seconds versus 40 seconds, but 40 seconds with C2 Nahida. Like, I'm assuming without C2 Nahida, we're probably talking more like optimistically 45 seconds, right? Optimistically. And it's probably more like 50 seconds. So Baiju being only probably a few seconds worth of Nahida here just makes him better, in my opinion. As far as like general comfort of play, as long as you know Baiju is reaching the DPS thresholds that you need to clear, which like right now, being that the Pyro Gunner is a problem, is not necessarily the case. I didn't Emily burst, but it's fine. snapshot means that when you cast the character's ability, like the full duration of the ability uses the character's stats when they cast the ability. They snapshot their stats. Random sources, Emily's skill burst isn't snapshotable. I knew the skill wasn't. So the burst means like if you were doing Emily with Bennett on field and you wanted to maximize her value with Bennett, you'd want to leave her on field for a second. It doesn't last that long though, right? Like it's over there. But yeah. And most of the hits, like all the initial hits would probably just be with Bennett buff anyways.
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
I feel like I'm never seeing what amount of damage Raiden is getting in this team for some reason. Like
There is no escape.
I just can't tell. You know. Gonna stop interrupting me, you freaking gunner. You need to stop wasting time doing that when I don't need to do it. Obviously, it's worth doing that against the gunner. But... Oh, frick. Oh, I did him. Nice. I don't know. Do you guys agree? Is it hard as heck to frickin' tell when the hell I am, or what damage I'm actually getting from Raiden in this team? It's kind of funny, honestly.
Remember, health comes first.
Alright, what do I get on her? Is that 60k? That seems so much lower than I expected. Like, for how decently the team is performing, it's like so much lower than I expected. Like, I don't know. It's just funny. Yeah, we're getting like 55-ish seconds pretty consistently. There's definitely room to optimize that down, but I think it's safe to say that's about what it was. You know, and considering that's a bit more accessible than the C2 Nahida. I don't know how good the uptime was on the aggravates there. It's possible that the uptime was low enough that it doesn't really make that much sense to do hybrid Raiden, actually. I know, crazy. Me saying don't do hybrid Raiden. But to be clear, right, not doing hybrid Raiden would mean lower overload damage on top of lower like aggravates, right? But 60k damage on Raiden there makes me think that wasn't an aggravate. Because I'm pretty sure if she was aggravating her burst there, it should have been like 80k, like on the lowest end. I mean, I can go test that here. All we need to do is go use Raiden, right? Because Dia wasn't buffing anyone there. Emily wasn't buffing anyone there. They're just doing their own damage, right? So all I have to do is just do Baiju into Raiden alone. Which I guess, okay, I was gonna go somewhere else. We'll just test into this since we're here. So yeah, tier list rates Baiju higher than Kokomi now. Yeah, of course, because think. But also, I think he was always better than Kokomi. Just saying, a little bit of a hot take, but I think he was always better than Kokomi. Kokomi is so like. I so extremely rarely find any field to like Kokomi was valuable for me for a while, to be clear. But like the need for her, the way she applies Hydro, which is the number one most valuable thing about her, is that she can be a healer and she can do her like AoE Hydro, is like so whatever. And her requiring a burst and on field time to do her team wide heal, it's just like. She's very whatever, right? With the existing options we have nowadays. And is not really great with Furina unless you're doing like mono Hydro where you can on-field Kokomi, in my opinion. So, yeah, of course Baiju is better. Anyways, we just need to do Raiden and him. Well, actually, okay, I'll do the full team, but I'm not going to use Emily Dia here, just so that I have at least Dender Resonance, I guess, going. So let's see what we get on Raiden Burst when we, for sure, have Aggravate going, right? Yep, we have Quicken. Oh no, it is 60. Oh, okay. I thought it'd be higher. Wait, did I have the full buff up on Sethos Scarlet Sands? I forgot to double check that. I think I must. I probably did, because I think I hit 3 enemies at once, right? Okay, now I do for sure.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes.
Torn to oblivion.
62k, yeah. Okay, so 60k. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I don't know. It's, okay, I thought it'd be higher. Side effect of not buffing Raiden at all. Like, the only minor buff we have is just Baiju buffing, but again, Baiju's only buffing the aggravate damage. Normally, Hybrid Raiden does shine the most when you're using some amount of, like, units that is buffing her damage, right? Because she is doing meaningful talent damage, so... ultimately, like, I would say Raiden is realistically not that different from Kaching there, probably, in this team. Is probably what that means. Yeah, which is kind of interesting. So I guess another consideration then for this team then would be, how about, well, you know what? The two options. One, because I'm trying to think of like survivable options that also buff Raiden more, right? One option is Bennett, right? Now, this means the last slot, like, yes, Bennett will help us stay alive. He will buff Raiden more, that's good. But he will not help keep up, like, quicken uptime at all, right? Like, that'll probably be a problem. But an alternative, which this is the same problem, but Chevreuse is actually interesting, particularly at C6, because Chevreuse can heal. Chevreuse will be able to give an attack buff, because we're triggering Overload, so she will give an attack buff. And she also gives an attack buff to Emily, right? And Raiden. And then the damage bonus, right? So, like, I don't necessarily think it's better. Like, we're not getting the red shred, obviously. I don't necessarily think it's better than Bennett. But in some ways it might be. Because, you know, no circle impact and whatever. So, no, let's try it, though. The question is, like, can we keep up Quicken? When we're not using a second Dendro or second Electro, right? Obviously, I triggered it there. I'll do this. I could do that in Bennett Burst, but I'll just maintain Bennett uptime for Raiden instead. Nice, 83 now. We ran out of Bennett Burst. This. Do your freaking shit. Ah, don't get me. Oh, I just wasted that, but hey, you know, Bennett.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Yeah, it's stronger. Was I actually triggering? I wasn't paying enough attention. Was I actually triggering meaningful aggravates and stuff? I don't know. Or was that just Bennett buff doing that there? That might have been just basically the Bennett buff. Yeah, the goal is to, like, get meaningful value from having Raiden here, right? No, we just triggered Quicken on the initial burst. Okay, well, I mean, triggering Quicken on the initial burst hit is still better than nothing, right? And we're still triggering Quicken.
This'll brighten up the place.
Alright, do your freaking shield. Bro, can you... I wonder if you don't attack... I wonder if you don't stand near him, does he activate his shield quicker? That might be a way to finish this faster, is by, not... Yeah, see, we're triggering Quicken on our initial hit. So I think we got like 80k without an aggravate. But then we're making our after initial big hits get meaningfully more damage too, right? So I think Bennett is an increase for this team, a DPS increase for this team then. Plus you have like nuance where you could use Bennett with Emily Burst, which might be situationally very valuable. But what about Shivers for the fun of it? This is one of those ways where you like Shivers C6 can be valuable for the buff because you can like use it in non. She becomes a buffer for non overload teams too. I don't think it's super relevant, to be clear, because again, like most of the times you could just do Bennett instead, like we just did. But it is interesting, particularly when you have some overload going on, like this context, wherein we will get the attack buff for Shivers, as long as we trigger overload before doing Shivers E. No, this is not the same account from last stream. This is my account. Way? No. I would if I'm gonna do account fixing, I'm gonna title the thing account fixing. why would I title I'm gonna test around and play Sethos if I'm I don't know, like I guess like it's possible I could, but no, if I'm doing an account fixing thing, I will say it's an account fixing thing in the thumbnail and title. It will be obvious.
Let's get down to business.
This and that. Right. Oh. Okay. This dude just avoided all the damage. Fine, we're gonna reset because screw that dude. What time is it, by the way? It's 5 p.m. Okay. I need to end the stream soon, actually. I've gotten too into testing. I do not need to do that, but that's fine. Yep. This. Alright, annihilate his shield. Oh, I have more energy issues in this team. That's interesting. Hey, look at that. We got 80k. We got similar to what we got on Bennett, although I think we had Aggravate that time, which is interesting. That was very similar to Bennett clear. Interesting. It's an interesting use case for Shivers, right? Wow, value of team-wide attack buffing. Crazy. All right. I think that's all I need to test at this point. I could go and do the same teams with Yai on field or whatever. I think the end conclusion, right, is that you can make it work. Depending on the exact units you're using, though, and how their Electro application works, it can significantly affect your ability to keep up Quicken. I don't know. Sino is just like the perfect, easy, it just works option with Toma, especially, right? And his application. Like, Toma, to be clear, I think would be the same thing with Raiden. But, like, Raiden is not someone you normally spec an EM into in the same way you do in Sino, right? So I don't know. It's interesting, like that you can do this with, you know, you can take advantage of it. So weird overburn, quick burn, whatever you want to call it. Over quick burn is interesting. It's interesting. Shame that Lisa absolutely clears Sethos. I feel like they're completely different as far as trying to utilize them, Sylveon, but yeah, you know, if you're looking for a big damage number, Lisa's at least definitely better than that. I figured, but I'm new to learning teams and stuff, so I'm not sure what Sethos is. Well, I mean, that's fair, but I did like title it. But again, like I will for the future. Just if I. Sorry if it sounded like I'm being rude. I was just laughing because I'm just like I was just confused. It's going to be titled account fixing. Like I title every account fixing thing like, can I fix this account? But then it's like some slight variation of that, and I even make the thumbnails pretty dang similar too. So the next stream that does that account will be it'll show that in the thumbnail, and it's planned for later this week. So let's go to my Polearm account very quick, and then that'll be the stream. Hello, Turtle. But yeah, I'm also probably never going to put a person's name in the title of an accounts fixing video. Like, well, okay, unless it's like a notable like creator or something, like, can I fix the Jeff's account or something, like, obviously the Jeff's account doesn't need fixing, but I don't know. Can I fix Cacfin's account? No, it's impossible. Wait, I already did that. Yeah, so exactly. I forgot I did that for his polearm account. So anyways, yeah, can I fix person's account would only be if it's a content creator, right? So if you think it's a name in my title and it doesn't have can I fix, it's probably about a character. It's safe to say. All right. So anyways, yeah, you know, polearms only. I still think I prefer the Yao Yao variant of this Sino team the most. If I had Baiju, I probably would use Baiju instead, to be clear. Or I would use double Electro with Sino. I would, yeah, I would definitely greatly consider double Electro with Sino instead, just for reducing his ER needs on a normal account. But anyways, I think it's very cool that this works. All right. And notably, it fixes with Sino in particular, right? It fixes his main problem with how clunky he feels, and with new waves of enemies that spawn. And yeah, I don't know. Sino, I really like Sino Emily Toma. That's all I can say. And it doesn't feel quite this as like meaningful of an improvement for other Electro units, because they don't have the same problems, right? Like, Sino has these problems, so it feels like a meaningful improvement for him, to me. But like, the other units have other compelling enough team options that I enjoy, that I don't feel like I have a very compelling reason to do this kind of thing, other than just wanting to use Emily because I, like, whatever, if I just want to. It's a good option, right? And it's good to know that it's a thing you can do, right? And it can potentially clear the content. So anyways, that's the end conclusion. We will go spend our resins here. Do I have any? Yeah, may as well condense one more. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna do one last 10 pull. Honestly, I said I was gonna do one last 10 pull. So yeah, I guess I'll record this. May as well record this. Alrighty, so we've gotten the login rewards. We lost the 50-50 for, right, we lost the 50-50 for C6 Raiden to Dia. But I said that since we were getting the login rewards, that's why I have 2,000 Primo Gems again. Didn't do any more meaningful farming for this other than dailies. So we'll do one last 10 pull. The reason being is if I get an early, you know, at like 5 to 10 pity or whatever, then I'm of the view that I can just mentally treat that as the same as winning the 50-50, right? But I'm not going to do any more than this because I don't feel like grinding. And I honestly think anything past like 15 pity is basically not worth it. Particularly in the context of, like, let's assume like Auroron was shown off during the 5.1 stream, right? If he ends up being a polearm 4-star unit, I really don't want to be at pity with a guarantee to try to get a copy of Auroron. Unless he's on a polearm banner, of course, which he might be or he might not be. Who the frick knows right now, right? And he might not be a 4-star. I don't know. He's rumored to be, I think, but we don't know. Point is, I'm willing to risk this one last 10 pull for C6 Raiden. So it's early or bust. It's bust. And that's fine. Honestly. In some ways, maybe better. Assuming I can actually use this guarantee for a... Hey, Shepard's a nice way to end it off. Assuming I can actually use this guarantee for a polearm character, I think it is better to save. The unknown Auroron might be a 4-star factor. It muddles that a lot. Like, if I end up getting, you know, a non-polearm 5-star and trying to get Auroron, then obviously it would have been better to try to get C6 Raiden than getting a literally useless non-polearm 5-star. But that's just an unknown factor I can't factor in right now. I think it's the smarter decision fundamentally to save, and I also just don't really want to grind 60 wishes, and I don't know, there might be 60 wishes of content to grind before the end of this patch, but I do not want to lose my sanity doing that over the next 8 days. Not going to use the rest of Primos? No, I literally just said I was doing one more 10 pull. So, no. it's just easier to stop there. But you know what? Fine, I'll do one last one to placate you specifically. Wow. I would have been annoyed if that was a 4-star actually, because I mean, there's definitely 60 wishes of content. I mean, there's a 10 pull I can probably get from Natlan. There is probably like a 10 pull, 20 pulls, 30 pull. Like yeah, there's probably almost assuredly I can get to pity. I just don't want to in the next week. Sorry.
In the end,
sorry.
all will be
You're so
placed
easy to convince
on
it's cute.
scales.
I mean, that wasn't convincing. That was, I'll do a single pull to placate you. There you go. I used more primos. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't want to lose my sanity farming for something that's not very worthwhile. Especially because, you know, that guarantee could be usable to guarantee a 5-star polearm unit, right? That is very worthwhile. If Oreron ends up being a polearm 4-star, though, then it might be irrelevant and might have been better and more fun to get C6 riding. I don't know. Is what it is if that happens, I'd say. It'll be up to the RNG gods. And technically, if Oreron is a 4-star, what the fundamental mistake was just wishing at all for C6 riding, because it would have been better to just have the 10,000 whatever extra prima, the pities were the prima gems that I spent trying to get to C6 Raiden, right? The pity that we spent, but we got D instead. Would have been better to have that for Oreron if he is a polearm, right? Like that was the fundamental mistake, less than just having a guarantee right now. So I have to do the second part of the account saving as well. No, that's not today. Why does everyone think that's today? I said next week, not 2 days. I said next week. Like, as in it will be a week from when I streamed before. I just played Sethos for like 2-ish hours, 3 hours, I don't know. I think I did Sethos for like 2 hours. Well, no, I ranted about random shit for 2 hours.
Nowhere to run. I got you covered. Check this out.
You go away. Is that gonna reach? Oh, that's annoying. But yeah, I know you're invested. I will, I will go back to it. I myself want to see what happens onto it, or what the end result will be. I'm not sure. It's very on the line of like if I will be able to clear Abyss, and I don't necessarily want to just like clear abysses for people. Sure, I guess I'll lock that on principle, but I don't know if I'll ever need that on polearms only. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting account. I do wish it didn't take as much farming, but it's fun. I think it's pretty impressive that this team can clear in like 28 seconds, and like C6 Arlecchino clears in like 22 seconds. Well, I don't know, she can clear in like 20 seconds if I try to like optimize it, but maybe. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. This is just a random point of comparison as far as like this domain goes. Like this team can be. This is an annoying domain that can be weirdly time wasty. And Sino can clear it like not that much slower than a C6 Arlecchino. And again, obviously, it's again to the strength of Emily being a strong character. But yeah, I think that's cool. C1 Arlecchino can clear in 20 to 22 seconds. How do you deal with the shielders? Like I actually don't know what I mean, to be clear, you can. The problem is like to clear this domain fast, you need to deal with the buttholes, the shield buttholes with some ability, like Emily Burst we're doing here, really quickly. So like that's really where the time saving comes in clearing this, right? Is if Emily Burst kills these dudes or not. If they don't, then it causes a lot longer time. After putting Arlecchino E on them. do you mean? Are you implying Arlecchino E kills the dudes? Or are you implying Arlecchino normal attacks, like while they're running at you? Like, I guess if you have Zhongli, yeah. If you have Zhongli and you don't get knocked back while they're charging into you, or you have Arlecchino C1, but you said Arlecchino... Oh, no, you did say C1 Arlecchino, sorry. Yeah. I guess that's fair, because yes, you can start normal attacking while they're running into you, not get interrupted. Or you can use Zhongli and then try to kill them with normal attacks while they're running into you. Yeah, you're probably correct. Or you're doing Raiden burst. No, that's Raiden. Okay, that's not Arlecchino E. Arlecchino E is just on them. Arlecchino E doesn't even do anything there.
Russian world.
Don't get too close. Supporting fire.
I don't think I really have to Yao here. So yeah, using Zhongli and using Raiden burst, yes. You have to use something that is able to kill the dudes, like particularly as they're running at you, right? If you let them start blocking a shit ton of damage, they're miserable little buttholes. Ultimately, my point was comparing this account to another situation. It does not mean that C2 Arlecchino or C6 Arlecchino is specifically doing, you know, what is 6 seconds more percentage-wise? Not that, like, I would say C6 Arlecchino is probably more than 25% stronger than Sino, right? But, like, domain time clears is not, like, a good measure for the strength of things. I just think it's an interesting thing to point out that, like, this team can be pretty dang good at clearing a really annoying domain, right? That's all. And yes, it's on the strengths of Emily's burst. But yeah, this domain just does take an awfully long time potentially to figure out a way to farm it. And I don't have a team like I definitely have teams I could switch to that could clear it fast, but many of the teams I like using in like general overworld for most farming in the game, they're not good at clearing this domain, right? And I don't like having to constantly switch teams on my main account to farm different things. So that's part of the reason why I was interested in farming this domain on my main account. Because the burning artifacts are interesting to use on like non-Emily characters in particular. But like, I just don't want to farm it. And Whimsy is extremely whatever to me. I just don't want to. Like, I'll never get a Whimsy build unless I farm a shit ton of it. Sorry, a shit ton of it. So yeah, anyway, we got some potential, I think, garbage pieces that are probably garbage. What's the timepieces? An ER piece, huh? We have that. Sure. Double crit me. Yep, like that. Just like that. Garbage. I thought we had something else. I mean, no, that's irrelevant. That is irrelevant, I think. Yeah, no, I have, yep. Oh yeah, the attack goblet. Yeah. I mean, I would really prefer a 4-line if I'm going to use an attack goblet, but I don't think an attack goblet is that much worse than Emily. I'm not going to use that one. Onset goblets can go hard. I just don't even have that much need for an onset goblet right now, because it wouldn't really let me use that much better of off pieces elsewhere, realistically. So it wouldn't actually make that much of a difference. The best thing I could just get is a better goblet in general for Emily to improve her build. And that doesn't have to be on set right now for me, because I have really good other pieces. So, anyways. Obviously my Emily does enough damage that is not necessary, but again, at least both artifact sets are relevant for me in this account, technically. Technically. I do need to consider, like, the weird factor of using the burning set with other characters when I'm using Emily with them. I don't know, what freaking happens if I use Sino on... I didn't even consider that. What happens when I put Sino on these artifacts? Do I have good enough pieces to do that? With his ER needs? I think I'd have to... I don't know if I have enough timepieces, because I'd have to, like, yoink her timepiece. Why do I have this? Oh, that was the Arlecchino no crit timepiece. I forgot I got that. Oh, I have Electro Goblet on set for him. I don't know. Well, I have this. I don't know. What? Okay. What happens if I equip? Let's Shivery. I don't have any other pieces. Maybe I do need to level up some other pieces. This is a little bit of a goofy piece, but hey. You know, really, I think this piece is ideal, the one that Emily is on. So you know what we'll do? We'll do that. Give Emily that. And then... I just want to see what the Sino build... Like, what is the best possible Sino build I could have? You know, let's see what this looks like first, because maybe I need the ER. Because yay for Sino's ER needs. And then he has this. I think it might be a little bit high in crit rate, to be completely honest. He has 134 EM. I could switch to this. He's going to be overcapped. He's not. Oh. Damn. Alright, so I mean, I hurt Emily's build, like, significantly doing that, right? But not... Actually, no, I didn't really hurt her build that much. I only switched the feather. Because I didn't even yoink this. And she's still kind of fine. Like, it's quite a bit less crit damage. But I also can just, like, switch to that. Like, it's the same piece. But she needs ER less than Sino does, right? Okay. Well, one last thing to test before we end the stream, then. Let's see. Let's see what it do. You don't see Mr. Sethos? Rewind. Stream was titled that way because it's one of the main things I just wanted to do, because I just wanted to test around with it. Alright, yeah, we'll just do the first chamber. Yeah, one of the interesting things that I didn't really show there in the previous, on my main account, when we were doing Emily, like, Dia things. Sino was able to transition to the... more than any other Electro unit I've tried, with Sino and Toma. So the other one, like, Raiden probably could have done this fine with Toma. But Sino can transition to perma-stunning this dude pretty dang easily. And that is not as easy to do with, like, Sethos or whatever. I think that's kind of interesting. Tormer. And then, yeah, stop doing the wrong dang team. Yeah, you can just watch the beginning later. That is fair. Burst damages, whatever. Alrighty, do this. Oh, I might have bungled a little bit. On this team, you don't do Thundering Fury things, so Sino's ER needs are theoretically higher. This doesn't really feel much better, quite frankly. Like, we'll retry that, but normally I don't struggle. As long as I don't let him get a shield initially, normally I don't struggle with that dude. Makes me think Sino's damage is not meaningfully better, and or value of I might have also just not had Emily going on in that situation. What? I actually don't know why we never knocked him back or not. Oh, I'm having bad Thundering Fury habits. Thundering Fury habits, where I'm kind of like spamming the button.
Let's get down to business. Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Stay put. A little ambiance.
That hopefully will connect.
Their penance is due.
Ah, frick. Why? Why? Okay, I need to play just a little bit better. I think I just need to kite the enemies to the right. I just think I'm being bad. That's my point.
Fire it up.
Here, do this.
This will brighten up the place.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
There we go.
Stay condemned.
I think I'm gonna keep on using the Thundering Fury build. Like, I don't think it's really
Penance is due.
Fresh and
worse, but I don't think it feels that much better.
Surrender. Judgment is upon.
Oh, 45-second clear. That felt like a pretty good clear, right? So let's go reconfigure. We'll give Emily her piece back, so technically it's slightly better. And then go back to my weird Thundering Fury build, and then to be clear, we will compare with, well, I don't know. I don't remember what the stat. Normally I'm using Jade Spear with the build I was using. I was using Sethos Scarlet Sands there. I guess I should have been comparing Jade Spear to Jade Spear. In hindsight. Oh well. I guess we can still do Jade Spear to Jade Spear. Or we can do Sethos Scarlet Sands to Sethos Scarlet Sands. Where is it? There it is. Goblet is the same. And that's our... Alright. Ah. See. Yes. I mean, look, I could compare this. We're just gonna switch to Jade Spear. I prefer having Staff of Scarlet Sands available for Rosaria or Raiden anyways, so, you know. So this is the previous build compared to Staff of Scarlet Sands Burning build. On Sino. I find Thundering Fury, notably I find Thundering Fury more fun to play. So that is a meaningful differentiator here.
It's my lucky day. Check this out. I got you covered. More.
Stay put. A little ambiance.
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty. Their penance is due. He's staying condemned.
It's a little bit bad, but it's fine.
Their penance is due.
Fresh and floral.
Supporting fire.
Yeah, don't be scared.
Good time. Judgment is upon. Guilty.
Faster. To be clear, that could have been down to like slight play differences, right? Yeah, not streaming on Twitch right now. So, you know, the Thundering Fury, good. Whee! I like Thundering Fury. It's more fun to play, and the same damage performance. Some of that could have been coming down to like Jade Spear just being better in this context a little bit too. But I don't know. That was a pretty interesting comparison, notably because like, you know, the other build had more attack. Obviously had a bunch of the damage bonus going, right, compared to the reaction buffs that this gives. And it had, I think, a little bit less EM, but a similar amount of EM. I did an attack timepiece though, instead of an EM. I don't think. Wait, did I have an EM? I didn't even check. Oh, I did have an EM. Oops. Okay, well. Okay, I really need to stop streaming. But, Fine. Fine. You know what? And we'll even try a little bit less ER and more EM. I used Staff of Scarlet Sands, so like I really should have used an EM timepiece. I derped on that. That was my bad. That was indeed my bad. And I think he had enough ER that it would probably be fine without the ER from the Emily feather. Yeah, see, okay. So now this is the same amount of attack, but more EM. Yeah, okay. This is a little bit better comparison. But it's also, again, I should compare Jade Spear to Jade Spear, not... So it's not the closest, but I'm still kind of... I'm just curious. I'm curious what a maxed out Staff of Scarlet Sands burning build seems like, right? And it seemed functional, obviously. So... But I think just out of baseline of the enjoyment level of getting more skills out of him makes me prefer Thundering Fury. So, I don't know. I think I'll go back to the Thundering Fury build, regardless of this. But.
Fire it up! Here's backup!
Stay put! This will brighten up the place.
Yuta, your sins weigh upon your soul. Stay condemned!
It's like exactly the same still. It's like exactly the same still. It feels exactly the same, other than just like... And no, I think it is slightly stronger. But like, again, it's Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? It's just like, it's Staff of Scarlet Sands, and I have a high, like, because the problem is, on a Staff of Scarlet Sands build, so I can't compare this properly to a Thundering Fury build, because I don't have the ability to do a Staff of Scarlet Sands build on Thundering Fury that has, like, the right amount of energy recharge, right? So, I don't know. Let's compare now if we do Jade Spear with the Burning build. And an attack type piece, which is normally what you use if you're doing a Jade Spear build on Sino, right? Is that fine? Ooh, no, that's not fine. Well, congrats, Emily. There you go. I guess we will swap this, and then there we go. Blam. There we go. So Emily was tweaked a little bit. She has a little bit more attack now, a little bit less crit damage. Whatever. So 75. Sorry. So this is more comparable. Less ER than my Thundering Fury build. Less crit rate than my Thundering Fury build, but similar crit ratio overall. So, you know, comparing Jade Spear Burning build to Jade Spear Thundering Fury build. Why would you refine your Jade Spear? I have gotten 4 of them, and I have gotten lucky enough / made okay enough decisions. Like, this was lucky. This was lucky. This was probably not worth going for, but again, like having Crimson Moon on, like one of the benefit of going for 5-star poems on poems only is that I didn't need to like save other weapons for other things, right? Like when you're doing an only series, I do think there is a point where it definitely makes sense to go for weapons on characters, because having a character's signature weapon means you don't have to worry about having like a Jade Spear for them, right? And it doesn't mean if I only had one Jade Spear to go around and I didn't have Arlecchino's weapon, it means I might be like swapping around Jade Spear to 500 different units all the time, right? Obviously at this point I just have enough that I don't need to go for a signature weapon anymore. But like I kept an unrefined Jade Spear for quite a while and found 0 use case for it. So like it's on Mika. The extra one I have is on Mika right now. Mika. I don't use him on Jade Spear. He just has it equipped because it got swapped to him somehow. Like, it doesn't matter, right? I am very, very confident I don't need the extra copies of Jade Spear at this point. It provides me more value giving Sino extra damage, right? Ooh, that's not a polearm. That doesn't exist. Even if I'm not planning to play that side. She can exist. She's not allowed. Let's not order my thing wrong. That'll hurt my brain. Yeah, I have like 0 need for those refines. And on a normal account too. It's the same thing, right? It's like you know, yeah, it's a good idea not to refine things right away, but if, you know, you go a long time not having a need to actually, finding a need to use it, why bother spending the resources leveling it up if you don't actually have a need for the extra copy, right? Whether or not your account is at a point where it would make sense to refine something like a Jade Spear is a big all, it depends, right? Depends on how many polearm units you're using, etc., etc. So, but on a polearm only, you want to have a bunch of weapon options, yeah. It's kind of like, there's no need at this point, at this investment level, to say the least.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stay condemned. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due.
You know, an interesting effect I think we're seeing to some extent,
Don't get too close.
is
Nowhere to run. Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
how like Thundering Fury is sometimes not valuable against the Pyro Gunner. Yeah, it's like the same exact. It's like exactly the same. So it just doesn't matter. But I think at least that does technically mean, like, if this is probably the only Sino team I'm going to play, right? So it is possible I could just switch to this in the future if I wanted, and then people, like, weird people in my comments wouldn't be like, why are you using AR timepiece on Sino? Like, they'd be fine if I did this build, right? Versus the ER timepiece on Sino with Thundering Fury. But meanwhile, I just literally showed, like, this same weapon. Only difference was, like, Thundering Fury, but ER timepiece with really good Thundering Fury artifacts versus burning artifacts, which is also really good because, like, it should keep up all the bonuses. Both are good options, and both performed almost exactly the same. Oh, but it's just bad. Anyways, so whatever. I think I prefer the Thundering Fury build because it's more fun. That's ultimately all it is right now. But I will keep this in mind as an option, potentially, because options are good to have, right? That's kind of all it comes down to. But yeah, the Thunder, and you know, notably, it is one thing I have seen as a possibility that I might consider now, actually, is this feather is very ridiculous, right? Like, this Thundering Fury feather that's 15.6 crit rate, 15.5 crit damage, and a max attack roll, and then a max ER roll is nice too, right? Nice little bonus. Is a feather that I would love to use as an off piece on Arlecchino. Now, I do have another feather for Sino that would be like, this is basically exactly the same, right? Like, lose attack percent roll, it's not going to meaningfully change anything to use this in Sino versus this piece. It is basically the same. So I can just switch to this and still use Thundering Fury. But having another option open of having this set as an option for Sino 2 gives me even more, like, I'd feel even more fine, I would say, with using that on Arlecchino. It requires an on-set goblet, to be clear. But I might be able to get an on-set goblet with the elixir for Arlecchino. It would have to roll well. The goblet would have to roll really well. But I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting option, methinks. Alright. There we go. Back to the Jade Spear build. Let's go. So yeah. Yeah, don't refine fab weapons. That's like the number one thing. Yeah, those are the weapons you definitely don't want to refine until you're really sure. Like, you want to know when I refined this Fav Lance to R5? Last week. This account has existed for like 2 years and 5 months, I think. 4 months. And it took me until last week to where I was like, okay, I think I can comfortably refine a Fav Lance to R5. Because I oftentimes will need like 4 or 5 at once. Like, I don't actually think I need this 6th one very often, but it's still nice to have the 6th one so I don't have to change builds all the damn time. And I still have these 2 extra ones just in case. Just in case I need to do a full fab team. Like, I think I can pretty safely refine this one, and I could probably pretty safely refine this one, right? But it's like, that's how long it took on a Polearm only account to get to the point of be like, yeah, okay, I can start refining fabs now. I needed a lot of them. So, anyways, these 2 might get refined to probably to make another R3. I'd probably make another R3 fab lance before I make an R5. But having at least one R5 fab lance is nice. So, and like I've been able to utilize R5 fab lance on Shenhe in order to, even with only 20% crit rate, because I do the Shenhe, Zhongli, Rosaria, Xiangling team. The dynamic of the Osmanthus wine team is like, I do Zhongli E into Shenhe EQ into Xiangling into Rosaria, and then there's like this like free form time wherein I have the ability to switch back to Zhongli, do his burst, and then I usually go back to Shenhe at that point and use Shenhe's skill again. But like I can go, like, it's free form that I can just swap to whoever I need, right? And having an R5 Fab Lance in the team means I can, you know, switch back to her and try to trigger Fabs on her, right? I could also do that on Zhongli instead, but Zhongli has higher crit rate, and therefore I'm more comfortable with him having an R3 Fab Lance, whereas it's nice to make sure she has an R5, because then it means when she does trigger a crit, 20% of the time, it's guaranteed to get Fab Particles. So, yeah. Anyways, point is, like, knowing for sure you can get Fab Particles when a crit happens can help you, like, balance out playing a team in a particular way. So it is very nice to have it. That's why I refined it to R5. But I don't heavily need another R5 copy is my feeling right now. But another R3 copy could be nice for, like, Candace or Toma or something, right? Because, like, Toma, what does my Toma have? 30% crit rate? Yeah, like an R3 Fab Lance would probably be appreciated actually on him. But I'll figure that out eventually, so. Zalanin is, yeah, probably, Mualani will probably benefit meaningfully from Zalanin, yes. So, anyways, yep, I need to go because I need to do D&D in 10 minutes. It streamed much longer than I intended, but it's fine. I plan to maybe I think I might have released a video because I didn't manage to finish my Shao. I finished recording it, but I didn't finish editing. Editing my Shao video. That it'll either be this weekend or it'll be the middle of this week. I don't know. Point is, the Shao video will be out this week, and I will probably make a Hybrid Riding video. I don't know. Part of me wants to wait to make the Hybrid Riding video when Staff of Scarlet's Hands reruns. It's weird. But I don't know. What do you play in D&D? A character? There are multiple characters actually right now. We have a god-awful convoluted campaign, quite frankly. Like, not if Brett, if you're watching, I don't mean god-awful as in it's unenjoyable. I mean, like, there's a lot of, like, time spent, like if you play D&D, you know how, like, sessions can last hours, and you will sometimes just, like, do a lot of nothing progressing, like, the plot of a campaign or something for, like, multiple hours spent, and it's fine. It's kind of, like, one of the enjoyments it's one of the vibes of D&D, right? But multiplying that by 2, by having 2 separate parties and two characters you're playing is like, oh boy. So, right now though, it's a druid and a paladin. Wait, is she a paladin? I think she's a paladin. I can't remember. It's not obvious. We don't do that much combat. Yeah. So, anyways, bye. Bye. It was fun messing around with these different thingies. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, but yeah, Shao video later this week. Yeah, Shao video later this week. Sometime whenever I finish editing it, and then Hybrid Riding video, maybe, probably. I think, maybe. I don't know.
I'm not the best.
It's the last weekend before the dang patch update. So like, it's the fluff. It's the fluff period. Whatever. Bye. There will be videos. Oh yeah, and we'll do the second part of the account fixing video. Account fixing stream, whatever that account. We will do that too. Bye. Oh, I'm still recording. Frick, I keep on filling up my gosh darn hard or not whatever. There's now like another 10 gigabyte file on my computer that I definitely needed. Definitely needed that.